Good evening and welcome to the monthly board meeting of the Dallas Independent School District Board of Trustees. We're doing this remotely, so if you can please stand or if you choose to sit, join us for the moment of silence and remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance and the salute to the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible. The following trustees will be participating in the board meeting via video conference. District 1, Edwin Flores. District 2, Dustin Marshall. District 3, Dan Mitchke. District 4, Carla Garcia. District 5, Maxie Johnson. District 6, Joyce Foreman. District 7, Ben Mackey. District 8, Miguel Solis. Our Superintendent of Schools, Dr. Michael Hinojosa, joins us, and I'm Justin Henry, Board President. Trustee Flores, if you could please do the honors.
Yes, President Henry, of course. Si hay alguien que necesita los servicios de un intérprete en el programa de Zoom, pueden conectarse a un servicio de interpretación que les va a dar el audio en español. Gracias.
Thank you, Trustee Flores. On March 16th, Governor Greg Abbott granted a request by Attorney General Ken Paxton to temporarily suspend a limited number of open meetings laws to the extent necessary to allow telephonic or video conference meetings in response to coronavirus. In accordance with those suspended rules, we certify the following. A, notice of this meeting has been posted online for at least 72 hours. B, although members of the board are not gathered in a central physical location, we do have a quorum in attendance at this meeting by video conference. C, we're meeting by use of Zoom meeting software application, which allows two-way communication for members of the public. D, as we would at any in-person meeting, members of the public who have followed the instructions on the meeting notice for registering to speak during the public comment portion will be unmuted for 3 minutes to speak. If you would like to provide comment at a future meeting conducted by video conference or telephone call, please follow instructions on the meeting notice. E, all of the meeting procedures will adhere to board-adopted procedures to the extent practicable. F, an audio recording of this meeting is being made and will be made available to the public. G, we apologize in advance for any foreseeable difficulties and ask for your patience as we navigate unprecedented conditions. H, if you have questions about these suspended laws, please call the Office of Attorney General at 888-672-6787 or by email at toma@oag.texas.gov. I want to remind everyone on the phone, if you're not speaking, if you could please remain on mute. Moving on in the agenda to the presentation of board recognitions. There are no recognitions today, trustees. We're going to begin our report section with the superintendent reports. Superintendent Hinojosa, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of the board. I have three brief items to report on. First item is Operation Connectivity. Things are moving rather well. We have gotten support from everybody that we've reached out to. Our local initiative is now completed the early phase. The short-term projects have been done. We're mostly halfway through the midterm projects, and there's progress on the long-term projects process at this time. In fact, we got a good bit of good news that there are as many as 5 different bills in front of Congress for there to be federal dollars to support Operation Connectivity. We also have our task force that the commissioner and I chair next week, and so a lot of things are moving. There's not a lot of details, but there's a lot of positive momentum at this time. The second item, I know everyone is worried about the start of school, and that thing is not moving as swiftly, and as a result of recent issues regarding spikes in positive cases. We've also been surveying our parents, and our results from our parent surveys are going in a different direction. Early on, about 20% of our parents were uncomfortable bringing students to school in a physical environment. That number has now gotten closer to 50 to 50. But I am very proud of our campus staff. 91% of our campus staff said they're ready, willing, and able to come back and work on a campus. And so those numbers continue to evolve, and all of it's dependent upon what happens at the state level. We were looking for direction this past week. We only got partial direction. The good news is that we will get funding for at-home learning. Now, those hoops are significant, and they're a little bit different than what we were anticipating. So there's hopefully some negotiation opportunities with the state here in the next few days. But what we have no direction on is what the rules of engagement are going to be. They said those are coming later. So we apologize to you and to the community for not having more clarity, but that's the best information that we have. And my final report, it is with great sadness that I announce that Dr. Yvonne Durant, this is her last meeting. She is retiring. She's here live and in person, and we're blessed to have her in our midst. But this is her last few hours, so y'all better be nice to her tonight as she retires. Thank you, Dr. Durant. And let's give her a round of applause. That concludes my report, Mr. President.
Thank you, Superintendent. And that's not how your last day works. I think you get hazed the last day. It's not a nice one, but we'll see. But thank you for your service. We're going to continue on the agenda. 3.02, the 2020 bond proposal, second draft. Superintendent Hinojosa.
Yes, I'll start very briefly. We're not going to give you a long report like we did last time because not much has changed. And I do want to thank everyone for being involved in this process under the leadership of Scott Lane and the team, our co-chairs. So I'll turn it over to Scott, and we have a very much briefer presentation to you, but this is following the timeline that we laid out to you early on.
Thank you, Dr. Hinojosa. Good evening, President Henry, members of the board, and Dr. Hinojosa. Tonight we're here to present our second draft of the bond proposal, and at this time I'm going to turn it over to our co-chairs, Craig Reynolds and Drex Owusu. If you could go to the next slide, please, Craig.
Craig, you're on mute.
There we go. Thank you very much, Scott. Trustees, President Henry, thank you for the opportunity to present to you again this evening. And thank you for your continued service to our community. Not only do you have a challenging job under most circumstances, it's been even made more challenging with current circumstances. So thank you. We started our bond work, as stated last time we were together, back in September. Chief Lane will give you a further history of when this effort actually started here later in the presentation this evening. But we started back in September, continued on through the fall with many of our committee reports, engaging over 100 of your community members from each of our trustee districts, and many of the various committees that we had. We came back together later in the fall, working closely to not only identify all the needs that we had, but the costs of what these needs would be. Coming into January, we consolidated that effort of making sure we weren't duplicating anything in that agenda, making sure we had everything that were identified. We came and presented to you in February. You gave us excellent direction at that point in time, which we responded to in our presentations that we gave to the community meetings that we did on May 7th, the 13th, and 19th. Those were all by a Zoom meeting on May 7th, where we went into detail over everything related to the bond program. And then on the 13th and 19th, where we had town hall meetings, of which 90,000 of our community were invited to those meetings. Over 7,000 participated on each of those dates in our conversations that we were having. We got back together on June 3rd to debrief the executive committee on everything that we heard in those community meetings, identified elements that we needed to fine tune as part of the presentation that we had presented back on February 11th, and then came back to you on the 11th of June with that presentation. We have since responded to those comments as well, and Chief Lane will go through this evening more of what we have done in a fairly abbreviated detail. From here, we go into July, which will get more community input based upon the feedback that you give us this evening and what we've already accomplished to date. With the final draft and recommendations coming to you on August 13th. Drex, can you fill in some more?
Sure. Good evening, everyone. If you would go to the next slide, thank you. Through our work, we covered this last time, but through our work, we covered several key tenets. The first and foremost is focusing on equity for racial, socioeconomic, and educational equity for all students. This was a key and core consideration for the work that the Bond Steering Committee has been doing and has done, and will continue to be as we proceed over the coming months and ultimately years when or if this bond passes and we start the work ahead. In addition, we worked within the specific financial parameter of not incrementally burdening our taxpayers with an explicit goal to have no tax rate increase. Additionally, our committee was prioritized bringing our facilities up to code for safety, security, and accessibility, as well as trying to address all of the need to have priorities for infrastructure and technology on our campuses. Additionally, technology needs beyond our campuses were also considered, and we're glad that this plan will address those needs as well. Continuing on, our work as a committee was meant to continue to support diverse choices for our community when it comes to the best fit for their families and students. The committee prioritized additional geographic choice under this bond. And then lastly, to sort of combine extracurricular and co-curricular and academic programming. The school teachers, school leaders, this board, administration are deeply committed to educating the whole child and helping everyone maximize their potential. And the bond committee felt it was critically important to make sure that as much of our learning environment and infrastructure, including athletic and academic facilities, was addressed to improve our outcomes for all of the students in Dallas ISD. With that, I will now turn it over to Scott to continue on.
All right. Thank you, Drex and Craig. I want to thank both of you for the hard work you've done pulling this together over the last several months. And most importantly, I want to thank the many, many community members that participated in this process. Even though this is the second draft this evening, it really hasn't changed from the first draft. I have not really had any requests to make any significant changes to the proposal. I have tried to answer most of the trackers, the questions that have come in. So what you will see tonight is basically a repeat in a much reduced form than what you saw last time. So this slide gives you an overview of the different categories and where we will be allocating money. Approximately $114 million for safety and security, $1.1 billion for new facilities, which includes our replacement schools, $1.9 billion just for facility renovations, $125 million for athletics, $270 million for technology, $41.3 million for our student and family resource centers, which previously were called the school community hubs, $25 million for joint participation projects, $10 million for green building funds, $25 million for property acquisitions, and $32 million for contingency allowances, for a total of $3,694,500,000. Next slide, please. Again, I wanted to repeat how the propositions will work. As a result of Senate Bill 30, we will have to break into different propositions. The main proposition, which will cover all of the renovations and new facilities, is allocated at about $3.3 billion of the $3.7. The Central Stadium renovations have to be on a separate proposition, be $53.3 million. The natatorium work that we will be doing, if you'll recall, we increased this number last time to $33.5 million to do more work at our natatoriums. And then the Performing Arts Center at $66.1 million, and technology allocated at $270 million. We increased that $20 million last time to provide more money for Operation Connectivity. Next slide, please. I felt like it was important to, again, emphasize where the majority of the money is going in this bond program. We have over $1.9 billion just for campus modernizations and renovations. It's broken into a couple of categories. The infrastructure, meaning any systems that need replaced within the next 5 years, would be covered under this category, whether it's HVAC, PA systems, fire alarms, or roofs. And then it also includes what we call life safety enhancements that will address ADA accessibility at all of our campuses and any code compliance issues we may have. Next slide. And then we've also included money for what we call aesthetic or architectural improvements at our buildings. And I can't emphasize how important this is to give a fresh look to many of our campuses throughout the district. You can see new finishes, new classroom features, casework, new furnitures included, new flooring, ceiling, lightings, and this will vary by campus. Obviously, we have some campuses that are newer and in much better condition, so they would not get as much as some of the older campuses. But I've also listed the photos off to the side there. Actually shows you Barbara Jordan, which is a Phase 3 project in our 2015 bond, and the work that's taking place there. And you can literally see the transformation of that school that's occurring with the final phase of the 2015, and this will be continued into our 2020 bond as well. Next slide, please. And then continuing on with the aesthetic improvements in terms of the exterior of the buildings, new signage, marquee, irrigation and landscaping, exterior doors are replaced, exterior lighting, facade improvements, emphasized entry appearance, and then all of our security enhancements that will take place at all of our campuses, which includes camera upgrades, keyless entry upgrades, and secure front vestibules for all of our buildings. I felt like it was important to touch on the replacement schools again that are included in this bond. There are a total of 14 replacement schools, and these were developed through the long-range master plan and our strategic facilities plan. Any school that exceeded 70% on their FCI and over 400 students were earmarked for replacement. As I mentioned before, the average age for schools in the United States is 44 years of age. Our schools are currently at 56 years of age, and by replacing these 14 schools, we will be able to drop our average to 46 years of age. Next slide, please. In terms of new facilities and additions, the additions you can see we have 8, and these are campuses that are near or over capacity. One correction I would like to make on Lanier, it is currently showing 611 students. I checked on that today, and they actually have 706, so they are almost at capacity at this time. In terms of the new facilities, we've included the 4 career institutes. 3 of those are actually renovations of existing buildings, but they are new programs, so we are listing those as new facilities. The Pre-K-12 Downtown Montessori, the Pre-K-12 Midtown Project up by Valley View, Pre-K-8 STEM Medical District by UT Southwestern, Pre-K-8 Montessori in Pleasant Grove, and then a transformation school with the site not yet determined, and then the new Performing Arts Center. Next slide, please. So Craig said at the beginning we started this process actually in August or September of this last year, and if you really look at what we've done over the last several years, this process started back in June of 2017 when the board approved us to move forward with implementing a long-range master plan. So I've included the dates here, the briefings when the long-range master plan went to the board. And, of course, the long-range master plan was basically data that was given to us, and we had to use that data to develop our strategic facilities plan. So we came back to the board in September of 2018 with version 1.0 and then returned in November with version 1.1, which included the replacement of the 14 schools.
Yeah.
Then we came...
Listen to the board meeting, why?
We came back to the board in November of 2018 with a revised 2015 plan, which reallocated funds for phase 3 of the 2015 bond and actually made it the final phase of the plan. And the board voted on that plan on December 13th of 2018. Next slide. And this is, I really wanted to show you when the board made that decision to move forward with the reallocation of funds in the 2015 bond program, it really was an overall plan that carries us into the 2020 bond. And as you can see with this school, Casaview, originally in the 2015, they had approximately $2.3 million allocated for renovations. When we looked at the plan and reallocated funds, they actually have now $12.9 million. And you can see this is a project going on right now, and you can see the transformation of what's going to occur at the school with existing photos on the left, upgrades to the right. And I will say, we have many buildings in phase 3 of the bond program, and I know several trustees have sat in on virtual community meetings over the last month, and this transformation is taking place at many of our buildings. Some of the other ones are Nathan Adams Elementary, North Dallas High School, Central Elementary, C.F. Carr, Webster, Donald, Martinez Learning Center, and Madison High School. They are all getting significant upgrades as a part of the 2015. And what's exciting is this same process will carry forward into our 2020 bond with all of the remaining schools. So we're very excited about that, and we truly believe we have a plan to get the buildings to the level that we think are not only our kids but our community deserve. So with that, I'm available, or we'll answer any questions you may have.
Trustee Mitch Kane. Only I see currently. Trustee Mitch Kane, have the floor.
Thank you, Scott. And I want to reiterate what I said in the board briefing, that I know this is an enormous task and that it's hard to get so many people working together to come up with a plan. There are going to be things in this plan that some of us don't particularly prefer, and there are going to be things that are not in the plan that we would have liked to have had in the plan. I also want to thank you for going back and setting out the timeline of the long-range master plan, which I think is very, very important for people to understand that the district has been very careful and methodical and has not rushed into this project. This project, by the time it goes to the voters, it will be more than 3 years in the making. I think the timeline is good, that it does show some real diligence. The other thing that I would like to ask you to do the next time we have this presentation, because I think it is helpful when we take it to the public to show how much input has gone into this project, is if you could also list in there the principal surveys, how many principals had some input, answered the questions, and perhaps also include the items that were listed in the long-range facilities master plan in terms of all of the little and big items that went into the evaluation of the buildings. Off the top of my head, I would say there were over 100 factors in each school that were compared. Again, this, I think, helps to show that that the district has been careful in trying to evaluate its needs, has taken input from not only the Bond Advisory Committee, but from the Long Range Facilities Master Plan analysis, from the campus leaders who at the time would have some additional knowledge about the condition of the building. But I do want to compliment you for the hard work and thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Trustee Mitchell. Trustee Foreman.
Get unmuted. So, Scott, I've asked and still have not received demographic data that justifies $100 million for a school downtown and for the school in the Harry Hines area. Is that data available? Because I want to see the demographic data that justifies a school.
Trustee Foreman, this is Brian Lusk. We did submit that tracker for the downtown and medical school.
Is that recently, Brian? Because I haven't seen it yet.
Yes, ma'am. It was last week, but I'll make sure you get it. But
please
essentially,
do.
If you want me to speak to it at a high level, I can do that for you, though.
I just need to get the data because I'm not convinced that that's the best spending of our money. And then also, if whoever is in charge of this performing arts center downtown, I need to get more information to make me really believe that there is a need. We're talking about $3.8 billion. And if you look at it, overall, we'll be spending $12 billion for bonds. We're currently $2 billion in debt. And if you add the interest, that's probably about $4 billion. So as we go through this process, I think the community needs to get a good understanding of where we are. And while taxes won't be raised this year, that is nothing to say about what will happen to taxes next year and the subsequent years. So I think we have to be open and honest about what we're doing. I am looking at and have not finished looking at, and thank you, Scott, for sending the binder with all the different schools, but what I didn't see was the breakdown in terms of dollars per trustee district. I am still looking for that information also so that I can make an informed decision as to if I'm supporting this or not, along with making sure that my community has the information. Because for far too long, the people on this side of town have voted for bonds and we haven't gotten equity when it comes to the bond funds. If you look at the 2015 bond, the trustees had to really fight to get some things done in their districts on this side of town. So I am still looking at the whole equity piece that has not been talked about, but we're talking about it a lot in other areas. And I need to make sure that there is equity throughout the district in terms of the spending of the money. One thing, for instance, if you look at what's going on with my Career Development Center over here, it's renovating and it's a small amount of money put in, but we're spending, what, 40 million, 50 million to do a new center on the other side of town? I mean, we've got to really start looking at those kinds of things if we are clear and true about who we say we are and where we are in terms of this whole equity piece. So I am still looking for data that would justify me supporting $3.8 or $3.6 billion in bond money. I've got to see more information. Thank you.
Trustee Foreman, I did send you a tracker that showed the allocation for your district. I can certainly send one that covers all of the districts too.
Yeah, I have to have all the districts. If I just look at my district, then I can't really determine what the allocations really look like. And I do appreciate that, but if you would send the allocations for all the districts, I'll get a better understanding.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
I will do that.
Thank you, Trustee Foreman. Trustee Johnson.
Thank you, Trustee Henry. Chief Lang, Trustee Foreman was saying about the money that's been spent on a career, I believe the Career Institute, that's I believe it's at Village Fair. How much money is going into that building?
This summer, the minor renovations, I want to say, I don't have it in front of me, but I think it's approximately $1 million. This bond program, the 2020 bond, allocates $29 million to Village Fair.
So the Village Fair is getting $29 million?
In the 2020 bond, correct. Yes,
what building is she speaking of on the northern side? Is it the same? Is that a Career Institute on that side as well?
Well, I know right now our interim plan is to utilize a leased warehouse up north, but Walnut Hill will be the Career Institute North, and that one's got an allocation of, I think it's $80 million in this bond.
Can you explain the difference? Why on the south side is 29 and on the north side is 80 million?
Well, Village Fair is a much larger building. It's about 175,000 square feet, and it's in good condition because we had renovated it prior to South Oak Cliff moving there. So there's not as much money needed to get that building to the level we need for the Career Institute. However, Walnut Hill, as you'll recall, was an elementary school. It was only about 40 to 50,000 square feet, so it has got a significant addition that's being added to that building, which is driving the higher costs.
Okay, I'm gonna leave it there for right now. Could you also give me the information that's in District 5 so I can get it out to my community?
Yes, sir.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, trustees. I'm not seeing any additional comments. Oh, Trustee Flores, go ahead.
So I'll just be super brief because I always think that when great folks volunteer to help us out, I think it's incumbent on us to thank them for all their hard work, for being away from their businesses and families, and so I want to thank all the volunteers. I mean, I know we have the leadership, but there were many different people at these meetings that attended many meetings over many months, and I just want to thank you all for your hard work and your input and making sure that we had a lot of community input and have the best plan possible for the whole school district. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Flores. I don't see any additional questions or comments on this agenda item, so thank you, Trustee Chief Lang. Thanks to all the volunteers, like Trustee Flores said, that have been working for a long time to help develop this proposal. We're going to move on to the next agenda item, which is, 3.03 Board of Trustee Committee Reports. Trustees, any committee reports? I don't think I'm seeing any. Okay, we're going to move on to trustee reports for districts 1 through 9. We'll start with District 1 and then finish with District 9. Trustee Flores, if you don't mind going ahead.
Thank you, President Henry. I'd like to recognize Melissa Martinez from Kramer Elementary School, who's one of the Dallas ISD teachers contributing to the TV show Unidos para Aprender. This joint collaboration between the district, Fort Worth ISD, and Univision has provided daily instruction in Spanish for students from pre-K through second grade during school closures due to COVID. Kudos to Ms. Martinez and the rest of the Dallas ISD teachers working hard so that the children of North Texas can keep learning. I'm also pleased to say that both Thomas Jefferson and WTY high schools will be offering both African American Studies and Mexican American Studies as part of their programs for the 2020-2021 school year. Last year, TJ offered African American Studies and WTY offered Mexican American Studies, so we're expanding the opportunities to become immersed in the history and culture of these groups. Finally, two quick items. One, I want to thank Dr. Durant for her service to the children of Dallas and to many other school districts as well. I mean, you did a fantastic job, and you'll be sorely missed. And you're a good friend and constituent, by the way. And I also want to wish Trustee Carla Garcia a very, very happy birthday. Thank you, President Henry.
Thank you, Trustee Flores. You can just go on through the districts without me having to intervene. So after one person finishes, you can just hop on for the next district.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll give the District 2 report. First, I want to welcome 2 new principals to District 2. Lakewood Elementary welcome their new principal, Brittany Thompson, and Mockingbird welcome Maggie Huff. I'm looking forward to working with both of them. I also want to wish a very happy birthday to one of Dallas's oldest citizens. On June 8th, Woodrow Wilson, class of 1936, alum Grace Smith, turned 102 years old. It's quite an achievement, so happy birthday to Grace. And also, Trustee Flores stole my thunder. I also wanted to wish a happy birthday today to our very own Trustee Carla Garcia. On June 9th, J.L. Long and Woodrow Wilson both completed the No Place for Hate program. Students at more than 15 Dallas ISD schools completed Anti-Defamation League's No Place for Hate, an initiative geared towards preventing and recognizing and responding to bullying and bias. Both of those 2 schools actually subsequently made the regional No Place for Hate Achiever list. So they are 2 of 1,700 schools nationwide to incorporate ADL's anti-bias and anti-bullying resources into their existing programming. I want to thank the Woodrow Wilson High School Community Foundation, of which I'm privileged to sit on the board. They granted 30 Woodrow Wilson High School graduates this year almost $50,000 in scholarships from the school's community fund before heading off to college in the fall. And in fact, since the inception of this scholarship program back in 2009, the foundation has now provided over $300,000 in financial aid to more than 170 students. So I appreciate the foundation and Richard Vitale, its founder in particular. I want to offer my condolences to the family of Raquel Flores Lopez, who recently passed in a tragic accident. She was the beloved data controller at J.L. Long, and we will be forever grateful for her service to the Long and Woodrow family, staff, and community. I want to invite everyone to participate in a District 2 virtual community meeting at 5:30 p.m. on Monday, June 29th to discuss efforts to improving learning opportunities for African American students. It's going to take all of us working together to implement meaningful change, so I look forward to your input. And lastly, on a personal note, I too want to personally thank Dr. Durant for her tireless dedication to kids. I've worked closely and personally with her extensively, both on special ed and sexual health and several other topics, and she has been an amazing advocate for kids. I know her heart, and I'm grateful to her for her time in the district. So, Yvonne, you'll be missed, but we wish you all the best on your next adventures, and we hope you stay in touch. That concludes the District 2 report.
I'll give the District 3 report. I want to congratulate Martha Turner Riley Elementary School teacher Maria Elena Pacheco, who was recently named Elementary Teacher of the Year by the Texas PTA. I also want to take a moment to applaud all the parents in District 3 who have done double duty as teachers this spring and continue to make sure their children keep up their skills during the summer. Happy birthday, Trustee Carla Garcia. The present we will give you is we will not sing to you tonight, but have a great birthday. We've made sure you've had something to do today. And Dr. Durant, from the bottom of my heart, I'm going to miss you, and I really appreciate all of the hard work and the standard of excellence that you've brought to this district. Thank you so much, and please enjoy your retirement.
Moving on to District 4 report, happy to share that 4 campuses in DISD were featured on schoolsparrow.com, which is a website that publishes school recommendations to home buyers. That included 2 schools in my district, Kleberg Elementary and Dorsey Elementary, among the top 5 schools in Dallas ISD you don't want to miss. Also, students at Samuel and Young Men's Leadership Academy at Frederick Florence were part of the Anti-Defamation League's No Place for Hate program. So excited to see our students participating in responding to bullying and bias. To my colleagues, thank you for your good wishes, and trust me that talking and doing something about the issues that I am very passionate about and care about is one of the greatest birthdays I could have. Lovely to spend it with you. And Dr. Durant, when we speak about Black and brown students having role models in their life, especially women in leadership, as a young Latina, women with PhDs, Latinas with PhDs, I believe are 1 to 2% of the U.S. population. So I look up to you in many ways and have always appreciated our conversations and how much you've supported me. So you will be dearly missed. And thank you for your service to DISD. Gracias. Muchas gracias.
Thank you. Here is the Dallas as the District 5 accolades. Kudos to those who attended the Bond 2015 virtual community meeting for Lorenzo de Zavala Elementary School Monday night. It takes community participation to make things happen. I appreciate your input. Also want to continue to appreciate all those who take part in the food distribution for our kids in District 5 and their families on Thursdays at sites around, again, District 5. A special shout out to the members of New Morning Star, Missionary Baptist Church who participate, and to El Centro's West Campus and the North Texas Food Bank who partnered to host a mobile food pantry outreach, to George Castro, who's always there in the West Dallas community, helping us on Thursdays. And I want to take this time to thank all of my colleagues, Trustee Marshall, Trustee Mackey, Trustee Dan, those that's hosting that community meeting surrounding Black Lives Matter. Thank you. And a special thanks and shout out goes out to our board president, Trustee Justin Henry, who thought of vision through this, what I would consider a pandemic, and came up with the resolution on Black Lives Matter. Thank you for your leadership. You do not fight the way we fight, but you fight strongly in your own way, and it's very effective. And I want to thank you for your leadership. Without your leadership, without you getting that resolution, none of this would have happened. So thank you so much. And I would like to say Black Lives Matter.
So I'd like to start out by just being clear that I've spent the bulk of my life trying to work on issues regarding African American children. And it is important for us to have a clear understanding of what we need. So in my community meeting, which I believe was the first community meeting, I had over 55 participants. 3 of those were PhDs that actually are educators, which really helped to drive the conversation regarding what we needed to do. I had at least 2 administrators from DISD, and I really appreciate them taking the time to listen to what we had to say about our children. It was extremely important to me. The board resolution was important, and the board's commitment to Black students and Black lives is also important. So thank them for their participation. They're always very supportive, and I appreciate that. I'd like to say congratulations to the graduating seniors at Carter High and Kimball High who have also registered to vote. That's a very important step in your lives, and I am encouraging you to take this milestone and go out and vote. That's important. And lastly, well, not lastly, I'd also like to say that School Sparrow, I had Martin Weiss Elementary School that was recognized along with Leslie Stemmons School. So I'm really excited that 2 schools in the District 6 area were recognized. Happy birthday, Trustee Carla. We appreciate your work. And Dr. Durant, we go so far back. I appreciate you. I always will appreciate you. And don't stay retired too long.
All right, the District 7 report. I'd first like to recognize the students from Trinity Garza Early College. They recently published a book titled Faceless, Untold Side Effects of Culture, Race, and COVID-19. This anthology speaks volumes to the incredible work at Trinity Garza with our ethnic studies teachers and students. Thank you for all your great work. This book is incredible. If you haven't gotten a chance to see it, anyone that is interested, let me know. You can find me online somewhere and I can get it to you, but it is incredible and the work there is phenomenal. I'd also like to say congratulations to District 7 student debaters who participated in a criminal justice reform essay competition sponsored by the District Student Activities Division and the Dallas Urban Debate Alliance. We had Miss Marissa Hernandez and Jonathan Silva from Sunset High School, who took first place in the comprehensive high school category, and Alejandra de los Reyes, Ave Rodriguez, and Jordan Sanchez from Griner placed third in the middle school category. So congratulations to those students. I'd also like to say happy birthday to Trustee Garcia. I hope you're having a wonderful one. And to Dr. Durant, I've got a chance to work in the system that you have been in. I've gotten a chance to work alongside of you. I've gotten a chance to interact with you as a board member. You are electric. You are always smiling. You are energetic. You bring so much to this district. Your knowledge and your passion is irreplaceable, and you are leaving big shoes to fill. But I also know that with your leadership, you've created a system that will continue to move forward and do great work. And I just want to wish you the best and look forward to crossing paths again soon. So congratulations.
Happy birthday to my colleague, Trustee Garcia. She's like, what, 22? I remember those days. But congratulations on another strong year, my good friend. And it's an honor to serve with you on the board.
I've just reached my mid-20s. Thank you.
Also, I want to echo my sentiments to Dr. Durant for all the great work you've done. I remember when I came in as a central administrator, you had just left, and I remember everybody raving about how great Dr. Durant was, and then to now have had the opportunity to actually work with you and see that all of those rave reviews were actually legitimate rave reviews. It's been an honor to work with you. So thank you very much for what you do and what you've done, and I hope you enjoy your retirement for however short that actually is. Congratulations to the Spence Middle School for their hard work completing the No Place for Hate program. They are one of 18 Dallas ISD schools to earn this designation. Also, a couple of meeting postings. On Tuesday at 5 p.m., District 8 will be hosting our racial equity community conversation that my colleagues have been doing. You can find out how to join the meeting through the district website and through both of my social media channels. We also will be sending out additional invitations tomorrow, and I'll do it over the weekend as well. I also will be holding in the next 2 weeks community meeting for District 8 related to the bond. Now that we've gotten the administration's final proposal, to get a sense from you all about any other things you'd like to have me advocate for. I'll be doing the same thing from a social media standpoint to get the information out there. So I hope that you'll join us. And lastly, I wanted to make a note that we as a board are going to collectively approve today, as it's on the consent agenda, the naming of the maker space at Solar Preparatory School for Girls in honor of Miss Jennifer Turner, who was one of the founders of Solar Prep, and sadly we lost last year. This space is a very special and sacred space in that school. It meant the world to Miss Turner that space exists. And when you ask girls who remember Miss Turner what they can remember about her, the thing that comes up quite a bit is the fact that she loved that space. So I'd like to just thank my colleagues for your support in us renaming the space after Miss Jennifer Turner. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Trustee Solis. We'll begin the District 9 report. We just finished over a 4-hour meeting in response to our resolution on Black students and Black lives. So I want to start off there thanking my colleagues in the administration for intentionally and thoughtfully approaching this issue that's very important to all of us. So not even just myself, but all of us. So I definitely want to thank you all for that. I know many of you have had meetings in your own communities around the specific issue. I appreciate that. I know some of you have written long memos, and others have had surveyed their communities and the administrators and the educators and students in their community. I really appreciate that. I want to thank Trustee Foreman and Trustee Johnson for answering the call when I reached out to you that Sunday about doing something about this in the midst of what happened to George Floyd. I want to take a particular shout out to District 9 folks, Ed Turner and Amber Sims, for really planting the seed in regards to the resolution that ended up drafted and presented to you all. So I definitely want to lead by thanking you all for your commitment to not only our Black students, but our Black community in Dallas. And hopefully we set a standard that people look to beyond Dallas. So moving on to specific schools and students in our community, I want to say thanks to Cal Ripken Jr. and Niagara Cares, students at Rufus C. Burleson Elementary in District 9. They're receiving a donation of more than 300 STEM kits for at-home use. The kits include a variety of STEM-related games and activities to interest students in math and science fields. I also want to thank the UIL for the recent public recognition of Coach Mobley and the award-winning great James Madison Trojan boys basketball team. Kudos to this amazing sports, I don't even know what to call it, franchise, legacies, program. I wish they had an opportunity to play in that state game, because I think they would have brought home another state championship for the great James Madison High School. Again, I want to also go back to the resolution, the conversation we had today. I want to thank the community members that engaged, various churches, various leaders, various pastors, students, administrators, educators, former administrators, and educators in the district for sitting with us as trustees and providing a perspective on how we can all move collectively towards this goal of making sure our district provides opportunities in an equitable fashion, to quote Trustee Solis, for all of our students. So that concludes the District 9 report. I don't want to forget about Chief Durant. Chief Durant, I want to thank you for your service, not only to this district, to the kids across the state. You're a wonderful leader. I'm going to miss your warm spirit and your hugs. You always had a smile on your face, even during difficult times. You're definitely going to be missed in this district. But you've earned your retirement. I hope you enjoy it. Hope you don't have to answer any more board requests or sit at the table on the hot seat in front of trustees like us. So thank you again for your service. Our agenda now calls.
Hey, point of personal privilege, Mr. President, I'd love it if we could all give Chief Duran a quick round of applause.
Yeah, of course. Oh, and Trustee Garcia, happy birthday. Our agenda now calls for the public forum segment of our meeting. Mr. Harris, will you please call the speakers?
Yes. Our first speaker is Nancy Tien.
Hi, good evening, trustees, for your time and attention as I share my remarks with you tonight. Given your lengthy schedule today, I applaud all your work and service to our kids. I'm Nancy Tien. I live at 1551 Oaklawn Avenue in District 5, and I'm with Dallas Core. I'm speaking tonight to recommend that the board decrease the funding for the DISD Police Department by $8 million in the upcoming budget and reallocate those dollars toward 114 social workers. As a result of this reallocation of funding, each traditional high school and all feeder schools will gain at least one social worker. This decision would impact over 61,000 Black and Latinx students. When I voted for your elections and volunteered on your campaigns, I recognized then that I was putting folks I trusted in seats to be the system. Early in June, you all as the board recognized that you collectively are the system. Now I'm entrusting you to boldly move to advance racial equity and dismantle the structural racism that Dallas ISD embodies. Political sociologist Eduardo Bonilla Silva defines that racism is above anything about the practices and behaviors that produce a racial structure that shapes the life chances of the various races and is responsible for the production and reproduction of systemic racial advantages for some and then disadvantages for others. In order for a district to fully realize racial equity, you must dismantle the systems that create the disadvantage for Black, Indigenous, and people of color. You must invest money into the people, specifically Black lives that have been divested in and oppressed by systemic practices for so long. I've worked in Dallas schools for over 7 years now, and when I think about my students who needed education to be the lever of equity and equality most, our educational systems lacked the supports they needed to be successful. Each year, we allocate $17 million to the police department. By contrast, we allocate $2.2 million to social workers. What does this say about who and what we truly value? For each of those 7 years, I could name several students who would have benefited infinitely more from having a social worker on campus than a school resource officer. We need individuals that can help our students navigate their social situations and emotional well-being, but instead we have 128 school resource officers visit them at their lowest points when they really need social workers more. I trust that you all truly committed to I trust that you all are truly committed as a district to Black lives and to serving our students and communities to the best of our abilities. And so I trust you tonight to begin the work to dismantle systemic racism and amend our budget to reflect our value of racial equity. Thank you. Happy birthday, Trustee Garcia. And hopefully I got finished before the 3 minutes, so I yield my time.
Thank you. Benjamin Greenberg. Mr. Greenberg, go ahead. You have 3 minutes to speak.
Thank you. My name is Ben Greenberg. I'm currently an outcomes analyst at DCAC, a nonprofit that coordinates with both police departments and social workers to serve the most severely abused children in Dallas County. I strongly support the recommendation made by several community groups, including Dallas Corps, as Nancy just spoke about, to decrease the funding attributed to the Dallas ISD Police Department by $8 million in the 2020-21 budget and reallocate those dollars to hire 114 social workers. Now, I'm proud to live in a place, frankly, where a school district can unanimously pass a resolution on their commitment to Black students and Black lives. But frankly, our students cannot afford lip service without action. Last year, I had the opportunity to teach a child who I'll refer to as Anthony. Anthony was a big kid for his age, and he tended to spend his lunch hours in my classroom asking questions and talking about his favorite books. He had lost his parents recently and was in and out of group homes, provoking fights in each one in order to get kicked out and move to a new one, all in hopes of finding a place that he felt home. During the darkest time in his life, what he needed was someone during the day to help him through his grief. But instead, there was 1 part-time nurse, 0 social workers, and 2 full-time police officers, a combination that can be found in several Dallas ISD schools. Now, Anthony is not unique to my old district. We know that Black children are more likely than their white counterparts to experience adverse childhood events, or ACEs, across America. To break down the barriers that these ACEs create for our students, the current balance of social workers to police officers must be corrected. We need trained school-based professionals to help our children through this trauma and not more police officers. There's a clear commitment in the bond for heightened physical security measures, and I am now challenging you as a board to hire 114 school-based social workers as an emotional security measure for the many, many Anthonys that need your support and the support of a social worker each day. Please reallocate funding from the police department to a more robust social worker force, and in doing so, take those powerful words written in the commitment to African American students and turn them into action. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Monica Robinson. Ms. Robinson, you have 3 minutes to speak. Move on to Andrew Kirk.
I'm sorry, I'm here. Can you hear me? I was on mute. I'm so sorry.
Go ahead, Ms. Robinson.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for allowing me to speak tonight. My name is Monica Robinson. I'm a former teacher in several districts around DFW, and I currently work for a local nonprofit that focuses on literacy, and we service students at several DISD elementary schools. I'm speaking today to ask that DISD implement anti-racism training for all district staff, especially admin, teachers in DISD PD. When I work with students at CF Carr Elementary, I often see pain on many of their faces. I see the effects of trauma and toxic stress that's brought on by poverty, lack of opportunity, housing insecurity, neglect, low self-esteem, and most all of the issues that we see in the West Dallas community are the result of systemic racism and of being disinvested in by the city and literally poisoned by past industries that were not held accountable by the city. The history of suffering in West Dallas is not unique, and it is the story of many other Black and Brown communities in and around Dallas. DISD staff need to be educated about the history of racism in Dallas, the inequitable policies and practices that got us to where we are now. For too long, racial injustices have been hidden from view, and now we see what not knowing about or understanding these issues has done to us collectively as a country. The only way to challenge the system of racism is to understand it. And Black and brown students are being failed because I feel that not enough has been done, consciously done by DISD to address the systemic racism and bias in policies and practices of teachers, administrators, central staff, and DISD PD. Staff need this type of training in order to heal from past hurts, challenge the notion of white superiority, address their own bias, and better understand the communities they're serving. One effect of racism is over-policing, which we know is a problem in communities of color. And like Nancy said, the budget still gives more to police than to social work. And Black students are overrepresented in the numbers of suspensions in DISD. We need to offer more social services, mental health services, and counseling to students rather than punishment. And lastly, I want to also advocate for a curriculum audit, to look at the current curriculum through an equity lens to make sure that we are not presenting materials that feature only a narrow Eurocentric perspective. Our Black and brown students are not learning to read, and what we're doing is not working. If the current curriculum is not working, DISD needs to research an entirely different model of learning that is culturally responsive and engaging for our students. So I would like to ask that you please consider addressing the curriculum audit to make sure the materials are anti-racist and culturally responsive for our students. Please also consider implementing anti-racism training for the 2020-2021 school year, because without anti-racism training, the community hubs are just a Band-Aid, and the resolution will simply be lip service. Thank you.
Thank you. Andrew Kirk.
Good evening. I'm speaking tonight in support of a 7% raise for our support staff, as well as a more general realignment of our district's priorities. Our support staff were always essential, but have never been compensated at a level commensurate with the actual value of their labor. During this pandemic, our food service workers provided meals to thousands of children and families throughout the city. As reopening commences, our custodial staff and transportation workers will be tasked with ensuring the safety of our school communities to an even greater degree than they were before closure. Our lives are literally in their hands. A 2% raise is no raise at all. It keeps pace with neither inflation nor with projected increases in insurance premiums. Those support staff who opt to remain with the district are also more likely to be carrying a heavier burden as joblessness increases and partners and relatives are struggling to find permanent employment. As our administration and trustees consider what reopening could or should mean, I urge all community members to imagine the ways in which the pandemic, economic crisis, and protests against racist violence are also creating the conditions of possibility for a new, better education system, if we demand it. The radical unionist Big Bill Haywood once said, "Nothing is too good for the working class." As a teacher unionist, I say nothing is too good for our students, our communities, or our education workers. We have an opportunity not just to fairly compensate support staff, but to move toward a school system capable of realizing the equity we all say we value. We have the opportunity in this moment to create a school system defined not by punitive testing, policing, or regimentation, but by creativity, justice, and freedom. We have an opportunity to transgress the boundaries set by the collective poverty of our political imagination. A better Dallas ISD is possible if we demand it. Thank you.
Thank you. Alistair Brown.
Good evening, President Henry, school board members, and Superintendent Hinojosa. My name is Alistair Brown. My address is P.O. Box 601-1411, Dallas, Texas, 75360. I am a teacher at Zan Wesley Holmes Middle School, and I'm a member of Alliance AFT Local 2260, and I'm General Vice President of Secondary Schools. During these unprecedented times, the uncertainties are overwhelming for so many people, especially those in Dallas ISD. While there are many priorities that have to be considered, none is more important than the employees that do the day-to-day implementation of the plans put forth by the district. Tonight, I urge you to include a 7% salary increase for support employees in the budget for the upcoming school year 2020-2021. Stagnant salaries affect many of my fellow colleagues and other DISD employees. Rising healthcare premiums, coupled with the rate of inflation and the cost of living, places the undue burden on district employees. In essence, employees are making less money each year based on these factors. It would take approximately $19.25 million to provide a 7% salary increase for all support employees in Dallas ISD. The district is experiencing the healthiest financial status now than has been realized in many years. Therefore, now is the time to appreciate the ones that helped make it happen. On behalf of support employees, I ask that you consider voting on a 7% salary increase rather than a 2% salary increase in this budget. The teacher assistants, monitors, cafeteria staff, custodians, bus drivers, and all other staff are making lasting impacts for those they serve and deserve better than only 2%. Do the right thing and urge the administration to refigure the budget to include a 7% increase for all support employees. They are worth it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Patricia Jones?
Yes.
You have 3 minutes to speak.
Good afternoon, President Henry, trustees, and Superintendent Hinojosa. My name is Patricia Jones, Secretary-Treasurer of Alliance AFT, Local 2260. I'm speaking about the proposed 2020-21 budget being voted on this evening. Agenda item 8.06 under pull for a separate vote. As you heard this evening, many feel that all support staff employees in Dallas ISD are deserving of a 7% salary increase. It's well known that when the TRE was passed a couple of years ago, the district built in a 2% pay increase for employees for 5 years, and that was very much appreciated. Little did anyone know that in just a short time in the future, the coronavirus pandemic would turn our world upside down. For a family with lower incomes to be able to adequately care for their family and themselves is extremely difficult due to the rise in the cost of living. Inflation, healthcare, insurance, and the list goes on and on. You are aware that a large number of these employees live in the communities that our schools serve, and their children are our students. Why wouldn't we want them to have an adequate means to live a comfortable life and not struggle all the time? The single-parent households find it even more difficult. One idea for your consideration would be to increase the employer's contribution to the health insurance. Numerous support employees cannot afford health insurance, and those that were able to may have to drop it during this economic and medical crisis. How scary to face the spike in positive COVID-19 cases without having health insurance in case of infection. This is a matter of respect and putting priorities in the right order. I urge you to do what is right. Thank you for the opportunity to speak and for your time of service as trustees.
Kelvin Creer.
Hello, my name is Kelvin Creer, and I'm an employee with DISD. I'm here today to speak in support of a 7% raise for support workers. Words cannot express the disappointment I felt when I was told our support staff would only be considered for a 2% increase. The work we do is becoming more demanding every year, and now we have to perform a challenging work with the added risk of exposure to a deadly virus, and the cost of living is ever increasing. You as trustees are actually in a place of power to make real change, to invest in our support employees, predominantly people of color, and to not only call our frontline workers heroes, but to pay them what they deserve. In conclusion, please do the right thing and vote for a 7% increase for support workers. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Kathleen Frazier. Ms. Frazier, you have 3 minutes to speak. Ms. Frazier, you have 3 minutes to speak. Our next speaker from the Alliance. Names. Go ahead. You have 3 minutes to speak. Hello? Our next speaker, Lori Kilpatrick. Ms. Kilpatrick, you have 3 minutes to speak.
Okay, good evening. The administration has added an agenda item to adjust student outcomes standards, which will incorporate MAP testing. And the district has indicated it will use MAP in place of STAR for the Teacher Excellence Initiative. You have a real opportunity, trustees, here to decouple standardized test results from teacher pay, and I'm encouraging you to seize this opportunity. I'm not opposed to standardized testing when used to inform instruction, but please beware. MAP, the Measures of Academic Progress, is just another standardized test that does not tell you what you want it to, how well the teacher taught the student. MAP, STAR, and all of the similar tests are not sensitive to differences in instruction. That means the test does not, cannot, tell you a teacher's influence. It's not designed or constructed to do so. If you're being honest with yourself, you know this. You know things aren't adding up. Our STAR scores with big gains, or as many like to say, growth, and yet our NAEP scores are flat and falling. This is the hallmark of education reform failure. It's not authentic learning with STAR gains. Unfortunately, it's score inflation, or what's called test prep. The other reason you know TEI doesn't work is because it was studied in DISD 4th and 8th grade classrooms, peer-reviewed and published. The research, and I'm quoting here, finds weak to non-existent relationships between value-added model measures of teacher performance and the content or quality of teachers' instruction. The author goes on to say, our findings show that they are not picking up on the things we think of as being good teaching. Our findings are troubling. This is research straight out of DISD done with the TEI model. Assess the students. Use it to inform instruction, but don't pay teachers for test scores. Former trustee Audrey Pinkerton presented an evaluation compensation system based on sound performance management strategies, and it allows for differentiated pay. It can be found with Susie Smith in Human Capital Management, or I can send you a copy. I encourage you to dig deep, acknowledge the failures we're facing, and make meaningful change. My daughter and 152,000 of her friends are counting on you to do the right thing. Thank you for your service. With my time left, I'd like to make a suggestion to the IT department. Since we'll be doing these Zoom-type calls for the foreseeable future, you might look into a system in which you can actually call the public speaker rather than have the speakers on a hold system for 3 and 4 hours. Thank you.
Your time has expired. Yolanda Rodriguez.
Yes, good evening, President Henry, trustees, and Superintendent Hinojosa. My name is Yolanda Rodriguez, and I reside at 5104 Edgeworth Drive, Mesquite, Texas, 75180. I am a teacher assistant, a member of Alliance AFT Local 2260. Let me begin by saying thank you for your service. Tonight, I am here to talk about an increase for support employees. On behalf of me and my coworkers in Dallas ISD, we would like to say that a 2% increase is not acceptable for the following reasons. It would cover the insurance increase. It would not cover our property tax increase. It would not cover the cost of inflation going up, and so on. We are statistics, and we ask you to change that. We deserve a meaningful raise. We are asking for a 7% increase, an increase that we can see and that will make a difference in our lives. There is no doubt we are committed to our students. When asked to do something, we are front and center. We go in early and stay there late. We are just asking for an increase that would make our lives better. We ask for your support in voting for a 7% increase. Many of us have students in this district, and it's unfortunate that our children qualify for free lunch, supporting this increase and the right thing to do. Thank you for your consideration and the service that you give. Thank you.
Thank you. Nancy Rodriguez. Ms. Rodriguez, you have 3 minutes to speak. Lisa King is our next speaker.
Showing with computer audio.
Ms. King, you have 3 minutes to speak. Ms. King? Our next speaker, Pauline Tatum. Ms. Tatum, you have 3 minutes to speak. Our next speaker, Ms. Rodriguez? Yes, you have 3 minutes to speak.
Thank you. Trustees, Dr. Hinojosa, my name is Nancy Rodriguez, and I'm the parent of a DISD student. There are many urgent issues to address today, but the most urgent has to be the safety of our children and teachers when school resumes in August. Dr. Hinojosa, back in March when you closed our schools, you did the right thing. It was, I'm sure, a difficult decision, but you wisely put the safety of our kids first. In March, Dallas County had a handful of COVID cases and our hospitals had plenty of capacity, but you correctly saw that the virus presented an unacceptable danger. Today, our county has thousands of cases with about 1,000 more being reported each day. Over 1,200 Dallas kids have been infected. Over a dozen children right here in Dallas have been hospitalized. And worst of all, we're seeing a new COVID-related illness that is killing children. Dr. Hinojosa, if it was too risky to have face-to-face school in March, it's even riskier now. And every indication is that it will be worse still in August. It's time to recognize that the district simply cannot return to full-scale face-to-face classes in August and start devoting our full attention to preparing for that fact. That means addressing ongoing connectivity issues, developing a robust online curriculum, including for our special needs kids, and figuring out how to provide limited, safe face-to-face options for young children of working parents who can't be left home alone. It also means letting parents know now definitively that we're in for another year of remote learning so they can make plans. We cannot and should not continue to sit on the fence. Second, I'd like to speak briefly about the budget. I think it's clear that our country is facing very difficult economic times and that our district will be affected. We should be acting now to be as fiscally conservative as possible, anticipating that property values and tax revenues are almost certainly going to take a serious hit. There are expenses that we cannot avoid in light of the COVID emergency, and we should take care of our staff support, but we certainly should not be opening brand new choice schools in the face of our falling enrollment and our looming loss of revenue. I would also like to briefly address this board's racial equity initiative, which I applaud. The district has a history of mistreating Black and Brown families that deserves redress. But I wonder about the depth of your commitment when, for example, I hear your promise to add 57 new social workers to address racial equity issues, but see only a $70,000 increase in the social work line in the budget. Lip service never achieved equity. Finally, I would like to remind you and the voters of the district that in January, this board's chief internal auditor alleged that the district had been defrauded of as much as $70 million by its contractors in collusion with district employees. You promised a full investigation and accounting. We are still waiting. Do not expect to pass a multi-billion-dollar bond with those questions unaddressed. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker, Shawana Washington. Ms. Washington, you have 3 minutes to speak. Our next speaker, Omar Jimenez. Mr. Jimenez, you have 3 minutes to speak.
Okay, good evening, President Henry, members of the board. This is Omar Jimenez coming to you from District 4. Tonight, obviously, I would like to talk about the budget. There's so many things going on with the budget. I stand with the folks from Alliance supporting the 7% increase for our staff because the members of the staff, they don't have the opportunity to work from home, so they deserve this raise. I want to respond to the folks that spoke before about defunding the police department. For all these years, our community in our schools have been asking for safety, and we have not heard a plan from these political groups or these folks that want to defund our police department on what we're supposed to do without the police department. So until I see a plan, I believe that we need to keep our police department intact to be able to keep our students, our staff, and our teachers safe. I hope these people did see what was about to be on the agenda when it comes to the contract with the Sheriff's Department to transport any fugitives that the DISD police captures. They have that right to take them to jail. So I hope they saw that. I hope those same people look at the bond package related to safety. Now, there's some of the things we may not need, but at the same time, you know, the bond might be a little tricky at this time, considering what is going on with our economic situation. Do the police need reform? Yes. Do they need training? Yes, especially sensitivity training, and especially for our teachers and staff. We do need to reform the police, but to get rid of them without a plan to protect our students and teachers, I don't think that's something that I can support. So trustees, please consider keeping safety in mind while we still need more counselors and social workers on our campuses, which I definitely agree. And It's unfortunate that it took a pandemic to discuss and to consider stuff like this, which we have been, since the community has been asking for a very long time. But that's like with every other issue. It took a pandemic to finally talk about what is needed in our society. So I appreciate your time for letting me speak with y'all this evening, and please take that into consideration to keep our students and teachers safe on our campuses.
Thank you. Rena Honey. Ms. Honey, you have 3 minutes to speak.
I definitely agree. And it's unfortunate that it took a pandemic to discuss.
Ms. Honey, you have 3 minutes to speak.
Like this, which we have been, since the community has been asking for a very long time. But that's like with every other issue. It took a pandemic to finally talk about what is needed in our society. So I appreciate your time for letting me speak with y'all this evening, and please take that into consideration to keep our students and teachers safe on our campuses.
Thank you. Rena Honey. Ms. Honey? Ms. Honey, you have 3 minutes to speak.
Hello.
You have 3 minutes to speak.
This is Rena Honey, President of Alliance.
You have 3 minutes to speak.
Oh.
Ms. Honey, you have to mute your stream.
All I hear is music.
Rena, you need to turn off your computer.
I'm trying to get on. Hello?
Go ahead, Ms. Honey.
Thank you. Rena Honey. Ms. Honey? Ms. Honey, you have 3 minutes to speak.
Yes.
Hello? You have 3 minutes to speak.
This is Rena Honey,
Okay.
President of Alliance.
3 minutes to speak.
I'm Rena Honey, President of Alliance AFT, Local 2260.
You have to mute your stream.
All I hear is music. Okay.
Rena, you need to turn off your computer.
I'm trying to get on. Okay, let me find me.
Our next speaker, Kathleen Frazier. Ms. Frazier, you have 3 minutes to speak.
Hello.
Ms. Frazier, you have 3 minutes to speak. Hello, Ms. Frazier?
This has been very challenging.
Ms. Frazier?
I am Kathleen Frazier. I live at 2066 Chavella Drive. I'm currently an assistant principal with Dallas ISD. I have 18 years of experience, and I'd like to talk about the budget. I am in full support of the 7% pay increase for support staff, but there's something else that we have not spoken about, and that is the budget or you've talked about the budget or the proposed increase for assistant principals, which is not adequate. Last year, I received a $289 pay increase for the entire year. This year, I'm scheduled to get a $2,400 pay increase, which is not adequate for the amount of work that I am to do on a daily basis. Something has to be done. There has to be a more equitable way. Currently, as it stands, as I compare TEI with a new teacher versus what I make currently, I make less than $15 a day more than a brand new teacher. If we include a bilingual stipend, I make the same exact amount of money as a teacher coming in without any experience. And I am to coach those teachers to proficiency. It's just not right. So I'm asking that you take a good look at this budget and that you redo this budget so that the assistant principals, and there are some who didn't even get $289 last year. There are some assistant principals who won't get a pay increase this year. I know you all are putting the money at the front of the schedule of the pay scale, but it needs to be across the board. It has to be fair and it has to be equitable. And I'm asking you to do the right thing. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you. Yolanda LaFall.
Yes.
You have 3 minutes to speak.
Good evening. My name is Yolanda LaFall, and I'm an employee with DISD. I'm here today to speak in support of a 7% raise for the support workers. Words cannot express the disappointment I felt when I was told our support staff would only be considered a 2% increase. After continually being called a hero by DISD administrators and trustees, the proposed 2% increase felt like a slap in the face. Factoring in rising health care premiums, many of us will actually be taking a pay cut if all we receive is a 2% increase. The work we do on a day-to-day basis in preparing our scholars to face challenges of the world should warrant an adequate increase on its own. Even now, while trying to navigate through these uncertain times, we still have to perform our challenging work with an added risk of exposure to deadly viruses. I have to really say that I'm saddened. Trustees can post on social media how... Sir?
Keep going.
Oh, okay. They post on social media how proud they are of their frontline workers and then vote to effectively cut our pay. But perhaps I shouldn't be surprised. When the district calls our frontline workers heroes or proclaims their support for Black Lives Matter, it appears to mean very little when it comes time to vote. You as trustees are actually in the place of power to make real change, to invest in our support employees who are predominantly people of color, and to not only call our frontline workers heroes, but to pay them what they deserve. In conclusion, please do the right thing. Please consider us and vote for a 7% increase for support workers.
Thank you. George Rangel.
Thank you.
Mr. Rangel, you have 3 minutes to speak.
Good evening, President Henry, school board members, and Superintendent Hinojosa. My name is George Rangel, 334 Center Street, Dallas, Texas, 75208. I'm the Executive Vice President at Alliance AFT. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. I am here tonight asking for a meaningful pay increase for support staff for the 2020-2021 school year. Some of you may be asking, why is Alliance AFT not happy with the 2% increase for support staff? Let me start by sharing some of Dallas statistics. The poverty rate in Dallas is 21.8%. 1 out of every 4.6 residents of Dallas live in poverty. How many people in Dallas, Texas live in poverty? 280,699 out of 1,284,864. Dallas residents reported income levels below the poverty line in the last year. How many of these are DISD employees? I'm sure you are already doing the math. In Dallas, 83% of people in poverty are Black or Hispanic, and that's actually an improvement. In Dallas ISD, we know we have employees that are way below the poverty level. People are working 2 to 3 jobs to make ends meet. They have to make family decisions like some of our school board parents did. You have personally seen the struggles of honest working people that cannot make ends meet. You are in a position to make changes and stop this cycle. We just passed a Black Lives Matter resolution. Let not that only be a feel-good moment. Let it be part of change. We have employees in DISD limited to working 30 hours a week. We have employees who can't afford health insurance, but we have dedicated employees who step up every time when they're called for essential work. This is why Alliance AFT is asking for a 7% increase. We ask that you take what we have to say seriously and make a respectful decision to consider a 7% increase. Don't wait for TASB to come along and tell you you're underpaying your employees. On behalf of the many support staff in Dallas ISD, we thank you for your time and your attention. Dr. Durant, you have no idea how appreciative we are, the Rangel family is. You educated, were part of the education of my daughter, Gracie. We will forever be in debt to your service and to this district. From the Rangel family, we love you and we will miss you.
Thank you.
We wish you a happy retirement.
Your time has expired. Amelia Casas, please.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, you have 3 minutes to speak.
Thank you. Good evening, DISD President, DISD School Board Trustee.
Lisa King. Ms. King, you have 3 minutes to speak. Please state your name. You have 3 minutes to speak.
To the stakeholders, member of the Board of Education, superintendent, and staff. Not to be Jackson, I live at 2851 Toluca, Dallas, Texas, 75224. Injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere, Dr. King. Black lives matter because our lives have never mattered. I find myself speaking about the silence of the 3 white Americans on the Board of Education. You have never came out against your president by calling black people all kinds of names. When will you break your silence about Black Lives Matter? If you are not part of the solution, helping you part of the problem. You have always used your same playbook when it comes to the life of African American students in the district. For the record, we have one of the best court order in the country to address the needs of African American students in the DISD. The biggest mistake the district made is coming from the arms of the court. The board drafted 15 covers. Where are they today? I am not impressed with the resolution because it will be just like the covenant, just words, empty promise. Dr. King said so many times ago, we cannot wait. Why Black Lives? Because we have waited long enough. I do know if there's going to be real change in the DISD and across the country, it must start with white America, a good faith. Show the African American family and students you take Black Lives Matter to heart. Display Black Lives Matter flag all over the district. White American, you have the power and the will to call injustice for the 401 years of slavery, racism, segregation, murder, statute, Confederate flag, Jim Crow, Willie Lynch, and so many more. Call out the police brutality on African American citizens. Call out the racist police officers that murder and kill unarmed men and women. White Americans, I would like to see equal justice under the law, where the past, present, future of men and women, their lives have been snatched from them. Let me call some of the names. Ahmaud Arbery, Breonna Taylor, George Floyd, Rayshard Brooks. The list go on and on. Let this play out on the national TV. There's no right or wrong. You must speak truth to power. Finally, the world will not be destroyed.
Thank you, Ms. Jackson. Your time has expired. Our next speaker, Roger Hudgens. Mr. Hudgens, you have 3 minutes to speak.
All right. My name is Roger Hudgens. I live in Dallas, zip code 75217. My trustee representative is Carla Garcia. I've served as a substitute teacher, volunteer math and science tutor, and school bus driver. I've driven buses for school-age children for over 40 years, the last 7 for Dallas County Schools and Dallas ISD. My major concern is the reduced levels of disciplinary actions I've seen regarding students. I believe it's affecting school safety and is increasing the danger levels to other students. We're increasing our measures to protect students from dangers outside of the building, but not adequately dealing with the dangers inside of the building. In some cases, the bullies and violent students are controlling the agenda of the classrooms and the school buses. Bullies and violent students are not being adequately held accountable for their actions. The phrase I hear most often during disciplinary meetings is, the next time you do this, and the next time they do it, it's the same speech, no real consequences. The book Why Meadow Died cites lack of effective student accountability as the #1 reason for the Parkland County School shooting in Florida, in which 17 people were killed. I certainly hope it doesn't take a major school shooting here to get our schools back to proper student accountability. The late Chuck Colson was the founder and president of Prison Fellowship Ministries. In his radio broadcast, Kids Who Kill, aired March 30th, 1998, he said this, I quote, "These 2 facts require any civilized society to make the moral training of its young its #1 priority. The great criminologist James Q. Wilson says all of his studies have led to the same conclusion. Crime begins when children are not given adequate moral training, when they do not develop internal restraints on impulsive behavior," unquote. For me personally, my experience has been that children learn by both reward and punishment. If you take out adequate and appropriate punishments, they will not effectively learn. Self-governance and independence require self-control. We need to restore adequate student disciplinary procedures to our Dallas IS schools. Thank you.
Thank you. Minerva Majaya.
Yes.
You have 3 minutes to speak.
Yes, my name is Minerva Mejia, and I'm here speaking today on behalf of myself and to support the staff of the Dallas ISD. I'm a teacher assistant. When we return to school, I will be in the front line with other support staff, dealing with rural children, doing our best to ensure that COVID-19 or even another illness do not spread to the rest of the campus. As a TA, we have 6 years in the district, and I have done everything from visiting house to house and covering classes without pay, working in the cold and rain, and work with the expected children. And during this pandemic, there has been killed 120,000 people in America. Endanger myself and my family for only 2% raise? How does that make sense? I can't even afford the district insurance, and this pitiful raise will be an effective pay cut? We are heroes according to the Time magazine, and our lives matter. However, my pay leaves me having to choose between health care dinner on my table. Nurse assistant and teacher assistants at the support staff are the same as every employee in the district. We have children to love and to feed, bills to pay, and lives to live. Why then are we paying such a poverty wage? This doesn't make me feel like I matter for even a little to the district. I take pride in the work I do as a teacher assistant, and it is past time to the district do as well. I demand a minimum of 7% pay increase for all support staff. Thank you.
Thank you. Rena Honey. Ms. Honey, you have 3 minutes to speak. Ms. Honey, you have 3 minutes to speak. Our next speaker, Lisa King. Ms. King, you have 3 minutes to speak. Technical problem for Ms. King.
Hello.
State your name. You have 3 minutes to speak.
Pauline Burdick is Tatum, special education teacher at Sunset High School.
Go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Oh, good evening. I am Pauline Tatum. I am here as the robotics coach of RoboFlash 6751. I'm here to bring you some happy news. This year, the team competed in the first robotics tournament in Plano, Texas, March 6th through the 8th, and they made history as the 8th seed captain, in which they had their own alliance, in which RoboFlash had their own team, team 6535 and 7525. In addition to 6751, they also played the first seed, which was team 118, 148, and 7119 Sunset Robo Bison. Despite that we were defeated in the round by a score of 257 to 25 and 257 to 35 in 2 rounds, we never gave up. But we also won the Industrial Design Award for our robot, the Crossbot. And we finished the robotics tournament for the season with a record of 7-7. And also, we are ranked the Texas District. We are ranked 84 out of 196 robotics teams. And that's not bad for RoboFlash, who refuses to give up. Thank you.
Thank you.
2 rounds, we never gave up. But we also won the
Go ahead and state your name, please. You have 3 minutes to speak. Go ahead and state your name. You have 3 minutes to speak. Our next speaker, Denise Logano. Ms. Logano, you have 3 minutes to speak. problem there.
Consideration and your time of service. And I do apologize for the previous snafu with the computer. Have a great evening.
You have 3 minutes to speak. Please state your name.
Lisa King.
Go ahead, Ms. King.
Finally, yay! I will be very brief because I've been trying to get on for a while.
And I do apologize for the previous.
It's okay. It's okay. So my name is Lisa King. I reside at 6124 Tremont Street, Dallas 75214. I'm just a very concerned parent of a student at my student at Alex W. Spence Middle School, and specifically the TAG Academy. According to the new incoming principal, Marianne Schull, the TAG Academy will institute some changes for the 2021 school year that the parents and stakeholders were not made aware of. We've tried to email our trustee, but parents have been unsuccessful of getting a response. Basically, what we've been told in a PowerPoint presentation that we found out about this summer, that the TAG teachers will now be teaching not only the TAG students, but also community students. So they're going to be teaching on both sides of the school, and vice versa. The community teachers are now going to be teaching TAG students and community students. With everything that's going on with the pandemic, and we don't know what we're exactly walking into, we're really concerned for our teachers and their effectiveness. We've also been told that the TAG teachers are going to have to mentor and really bring those community teachers up, not up to speed, because I never want to talk about anything but teachers can't teach across. I was a teacher for Dallas ISD myself. We're just concerned with everything that's going on, virtual learning, trying to get the kids caught up, assessing where our kids are, that this may be pretty much too much to take on this school year. And we're asking pretty much for these changes to maybe wait a year. We've also been told that our students are going from 8 to 10 classes. And most of all, we're just really, really concerned for our teachers, our TAG teachers, and our community teachers having to institute these changes when right now we kind of feel like, hey, let's just find out where our kids are and make sure all our kids are accounted for. And we're just asking trustees if you could just look into this matter, and Dr. Richard Castle is our executive director. If you could just please help us maybe have a smooth school year as much as possible, considering we've had a lot of changes. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Shawana Washington.
President Henry.
Ms. Washington, you have 3 minutes to speak.
Good evening, President Henry, Superintendent Holsop, and School Board Trustees. My name is Shawana Washington, 334 Center Street, Dallas, Texas, 75218. I am a member of Alliance AFT Local 2260. The district has said a lot about our support staff, and we even made national news. The support staff from healthcare workers, the custodial, and cafeteria workers are just as integral to the success of our students, well-being of our schools and our teachers, and yet we see the smallest raises. In fact, many of our custodial workers are not seeing a raise since their wages were cut back in 2010. Our pay leaves us to choose between health care and dinner on the table. We have children and grandchildren to love, to feed, bills to pay, and lives to live. Why then are we paid such poverty wages? This does not make us feel like we even matter a little to the district. I'm so very proud of the work that I do, and I value my co-workers' work ethics as well. It is past time the district value our work as well. Due to the pandemic and increasing of current expenses, I'm asking the board to approve a 7% raise. Our insurance, without a doubt, is going up. Food has went up. Household disinfectants has went up. Sanitizers went up. We're buying masks by the truckloads. Virus testing we're paying for. And don't speak of laundry detergent that we have to purchase abundance of because we have to wash clothes every time we come in from the outside. So I'm asking the board to please pass a 7% raise. Thank you for your time. Be safe and enjoy your holiday. Thank you.
Thank you. Amelia Casas. Ms. Casas, you have 3 minutes to speak.
Casas, hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead. You have 3 minutes to speak.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, everyone. My name is Amelia Casas. I'm the Dallas Policy Coordinator for Workers Defense. We are a statewide membership-based organization that works alongside immigrant workers to build power for working families. I want to thank you so much for allowing me the time to speak on Agenda Item 806, the 2020-21 proposed budget. The budget proposes setting a 2% raise for support staff who are essential to the operations of the school district. Social workers, bus drivers, custodial staff, and food service workers, they just all deserve more. This 2% raise is simply not enough to meet the needs of the workers who are putting their lives on the line to support the Dallas community. We support a 7% raise to help counter the rising insurance premiums that these workers will face this upcoming year. As a workers' rights organization, we recognize that this virus has forced folks to choose between their health and a paycheck. I have heard countless stories from our members who have shared that they go to work every day in fear that they will be exposed to the virus and unintentionally exposing their family and loved ones upon their return home. This fear is real as we see COVID cases and hospitalizations in Dallas continue to rise, disproportionately impacting communities of color. There is no better way and no better time than now to fight against the normalization of poverty. A true livable wage allows for a person to thrive in the community. If this virus has taught us anything, it has proven that support staff are essential to making our world go around. We echo the demands of Alliance AFT and demand to give our essential workers at minimum a 7% raise. I thank you for your leadership during this time. I yield the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you. Denise Dela Cruz, you have 3 minutes to speak.
Good evening. My name is Denise Garza Dela Cruz. I serve as a pre-K-3 teacher assistant at C.A. Tatum Junior Elementary School. First, I love my job as if I were independently wealthy. I would teach for free because I love my students and the opportunity to make a difference in their lives. Unfortunately, I'm not wealthy. And as the senior wage earner in my household, I must worry and plan for our house payment, insurance payment, food costs, and hope that there's enough left to put into retirement. So is my salary important? Yes, it is. Also important to thousands of other support staff in the DISD. Who are we, the support staff? We are the lowest paid multitask employees at the DISD.
Okay, there I go.
State your name. You have 3 minutes to speak.
Secondly, the Department of Labor has calculated the 2020 cost of living to 1.8%. Let's just say that's 2% to be fair. For the DISD to consider a 2% pay increase to support staff, you are saying we are going to keep your salary the same as last year. More importantly, your actions are saying to support staff that they are not important enough to deserve a salary increase. So an average support staff member makes about $25,000 a year and has been a 10% salary increase. This means you are giving each employee about $36 a week after taxes. For many, cost of filling their car weekly just to go to work. Thank you for that. Or you may move forward and just provide us with the
Our final speaker is, looks like Rena Honey. Ms. Honey?
Yes.
You have 3 minutes to speak.
Thank you. Maybe Teresa Charm. I'm Marina Honey, President of Alliance AFT Local 2260. Thank you to the administration for all the work being done on behalf of students and employees. During these never-experienced-before times, the uncertainties and ever-changing elements of this pandemic are overwhelming. While there are many priorities the district has to consider, none is more important than the employees that do the day-to-day implementation of the plans put forth by the district. The state provides funding for the professionals working, but our dedicated support staff and their realities is always behind when it comes to their compensation because it's solely the district's responsibility to provide for them. One solution to this recurring cost for the district is to reprioritize the initiatives for 1 year. While transformation and innovation are forward-thinking and important ideas, without students and employees, they cannot succeed. It will cost approximately $19.25 million to provide a 7% increase and approximately $13.75 million to provide a 5% increase.
This concludes our speakers.
Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you, speakers. We're going to move on to the approval of minutes, section 501 of our agenda. The following minutes have been submitted for approval. Audit committee meeting, May 19, 2020. Board meeting, May 28, 2020. Call board meeting, June 5th, 2020. Do I have a motion?
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion has been made by Trustee Flores and seconded by Trustee Marshall. Excuse me, trustees, are there any corrections? Trustees, will you please cast your vote, starting with Trustee Flores and then working through District 9?
I vote yes.
Marshall, yes.
Hey, yes.
Garcia, yes.
Trustee Maxey, yes.
Foreman, yes.
Mackey, yes.
Solis, yes.
Henry, yes.
The motion passes 9-0.
Trustees, you just adopted the motion approving the minutes as submitted. We're now on the statutory items. Our first one is 6.01, which is to approve changes to the targets for student outcome goals and goal progress measures necessitated by COVID-19. Do I have a motion?
Move to approve.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded to approve the changes to the targets for student outcome goals and goal progress measures necessitated by COVID-19. Trustees, is there discussion? Not seeing any. Trustees, will you cast your votes, please?
Trustee Edwin votes yes.
Marshall, yes.
HK, yes.
Garcia, yes.
Trustee Maxey, yes.
Foreman, yes.
Mackey, yes.
Solis, yes.
Henry, yes.
The motion passes 9-0.
Trustees just adopted the motion approving the changes to the targets for the student outcome goals and goal progress measures. We're going to move on to 6.02 to approve the goals and plans for early childhood and college, career, and military readiness to align with the changes to the Texas Education Code as required by House Bill 3. No financial impact. Do I have a motion?
Approve. Second.
It's been moved by Trustee Flores and seconded by Trustee Marshall to approve the goals and plans for early childhood and college, career, and military readiness to align with the changes to the Texas Education Code as required by House Bill 3. Trustees, is there discussion? No. Trustee Johnson?
Trustee Henry, this is not the one with the HBC and the ACE, right? That's not it, right?
No, I think you're referring to the budget item.
Okay, thank you. I just want to make sure.
Okay.
Because I don't have it in front of me, so I just want to make sure. Thank you.
Trustee Mackey?
Yeah, just real quick. In looking at this, how did we get these numbers? Was it closing gaps by a certain percentage, or was it aligning them with the same gaps directly to the goal outcome? What was the gap closure on this, or how do we come up with these numbers?
As I recall, we were making adjustments based on the new requirements under House Bill 3, and so we did analysis of our Dr. Oakley created a new benchmark, and then we created the same, working towards the same percentage of growth, just with a new benchmark.
Okay, that answers my question. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Mackey. If there's no other questions, trustees, will you please cast your votes?
Flores votes yes. Marshall, yes.
Mitch K, yes.
Garcia, yes.
Trustee Maxey, yes.
Foreman, yes.
Mackey, yes.
Solis, yes.
Trustee Henry, yes.
The motion passes 9-0.
Trustees, you just adopted the motion approving the goals and plans for early childhood and college, career, and military readiness to align with the change to the Texas Education Code as required by House Bill 3. We're now going to move on to the consent agenda items. Trustees, we have consent agenda items 7.01 through 7.59 as amended. The following agenda items have been pulled for a separate vote. That's 7.02, 7.04, 7.05, 7.06, 7.42, 7.43, and 7.59 as amended. Do I have a motion on the consent agenda as amended?
Move to approve. Second.
It's been moved by Trustee Flores and seconded by Trustee Marshall. Trustees, will you please cast your votes?
Flores, yes. Marshall, yes.
Mitch K, yes.
Garcia, yes.
Trustee Maxey, yes.
Foreman, yes.
Mackey, yes.
Solis, yes.
Trustee Henry, yes.
The motion passes 9-0.
Trustees, you've just adopted the motion approving the consent agenda as amended. We're now going to move back to agenda item 8.6 to adopt the 2020-2021 fiscal year budget consent item 7.43, pulled by the administration. Superintendent, do you have any presentation at all regarding this?
You need a motion.
Oh, I'm sorry. Do you have a motion? Do you have a motion?
Move to second.
Motion made by Marshall, second by Flores. Before we move on to discussion with the trustees, Superintendent Nelson, do y'all have any comments?
This is Dwayne. We went through this at the public hearing with the $5.2 million increase to line item the function 11 and the overall budget to bring the budget being presented to $1,651,260,791. So that has not changed from the public hearing. And I answer any questions that we have.
Okay. Thank you for presenting at the public hearing today as well. Trustees, is there discussion? And Trustee Foreman, anyone else? Trustee Johnson, Mackey.
So Dwayne, I'd asked for a breakdown of 7% for the support staff. I'd asked for a breakdown of 7%, 5%, and 4%, I believe. I didn't receive that. Did you have a chance to do that?
We do have that information. So at what would equate to 7% would be an actual increase of 5% because we have 2% in the budget. So that cost for all hourly employees and support staff full-time would be $13,750,000 annually. If we went down to your request was 7%. What was the other request?
7%, 6%, 5%, and 4%. So it would be 5, 4, 3, and 2.
Okay. So let's just go from 2%. So at 2%, it would be $5.5 million annually. 3% would be $8,250,000 annually, and then 4% would be $11 million. I want to reiterate that's in addition to the 2% that's already included.
And what is the overall 2% that we're adding is 5.5? Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so if we did 4%, it would be 11 million.
That would be correct. Total 5.5 additional, and I would just want to reiterate that whatever we add at this point is obviously coming out of fund balance, so that will be compounded over the years into the future.
Yeah, I do get that. What was the raise for the support staff last year?
I believe it's comparable to that.
It was 2%.
And it's again, I want to emphasize it. There was 2% of the midpoint, but we also did the TASB study, which increased other areas that we needed to increase. We raised the minimum salary, I believe, to $12. So there were other increases included in that, but the actual increase to the midpoint was 2%.
And do we know what that cost was last year?
I'm sorry, I don't have that with me. I'm looking at Dr. Wilson. Neither one of us know that off the top of our head.
Trustee Foreman, just give me a few minutes to get that cost for you.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to have that. So what is the raise for our top administrators?
I think everything what was in the TRE was for 2% for the staff, so that would include all areas.
So we do know that 2% to someone making $200,000 is a lot different than 2% to someone making $20,000, right?
Yes, ma'am. We do understand that.
It's a huge difference. It's a huge difference. I'm just not comfortable with the 2%. And I'm going to listen to some of the other trustees, but I'm going to be thinking about maybe making a motion to find some additional dollars for raising our support staff. So, Dwayne, back to instruction that went up $65 million.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that that's the raises for the teachers, correct?
There's several pieces to that. First of all, there's TIA, the money, the $28 million that's coming, additional resources coming from the state. There are raises that were provided for in TRE that are in there. There's also the money that had to move over from the federal funds to make room for the mental health. And then that we approved last year, the increase pay for substitutes. So all that, as well as additional positions for teaching staff, are all incorporated in that $65 million.
So how are we hiring more teachers and we losing students?
Well, there's a couple things to that. The first thing is that I can tell you relates to special needs. So as the number of special needs students increase, those class sizes are smaller. And so we have additional staff there, which is one of the contributing factors. The other is we're trying to try to accommodate what we've heard numerous times is minimizing the waivers that we have. And the way to do that is obviously to hire more staff to try to accommodate for that. So those are the key factors in that.
So what's the number of teachers, additional teachers, are we talking about hiring?
I believe the additional teachers was around 80.
Around 80, and what would that total dollar amount be?
I think it would be about $4.8 million.
About $4.8 million?
I'm just doing it in my head, but if I utilize
I'm not going to hold you to it. I won't come and just pounce on you and say you fit.
I'm just using 60,000 average.
Yeah, I'm good. I'm good. So 80 new teachers would be $4.8 million. Have we hired any additional executive staff, like additional EDs? Have we hired any new EDs?
No, ma'am.
We don't have any new EDs. We didn't get 3 more EDs on Jolie Healy's side.
No, ma'am.
We did not?
No, ma'am.
Okay. No new ED. All right.
There were no new ED positions added at all on the school leadership side.
No new ED. Okay. All righty. So we've got what I've got to grapple with is $4.8 million for 80 new teachers where we don't know where they're going. But we've got support staff.
No, ma'am. We do know where they're going.
We do?
Well, yes, because we utilized upon many of the questions that we've gotten throughout the year regarding when we do balancing. We looked at those trends, and we have already put our students. We've already placed teaching positions in advance. As you recall, many times there's a level of frustration that we're adding teachers, but we're adding them after September, and then principals have a very difficult time finding teachers during that period of time. So we got approval to move forward with putting those teacher units on campuses right now. So principals have been filling those positions so that when it does come to balancing, we will already have the teachers. I may still have to move some teachers around, but we won't have to be looking for 80 additional teachers to reduce our class size waivers.
Yeah, I was just wondering because I know when we do leveling, we end up either moving or losing teachers. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. We move them to where we have more students than expected, and so this year we analyze the data to stay ahead of
a place to really put them, so we put them in a pool, right?
When we don't have a location that matches their certification, then we put them on campuses where we know we want to reduce class size further.
Okay. Now, I'm going to allow some others to jump in, but I'm going to come back because I do see Stephanie on the school leadership side. We did add an additional amount of $3.8 million. And so I would assume that that's staffing. Is that correct?
I have to sit in a minute with Dwayne so I can see what
okay,
line
I'm looking at it. It's function 23.
That school leadership, that's at the campus level. That would relate to
the raises with principals and
adding assistant principals at the high priority campuses.
So while it's school leadership, it's not 9,400, Trustee Foreman.
It's the principals. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. That's good.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. I'll allow someone else to speak, but I've got some more questions.
And Trustee Foreman, last year,
yes,
we did get the information. Last year, we spent $10 million on support personnel increases.
10 million?
Yes, ma'am.
And this year we're spending 5 million.
5.5, yes, ma'am.
Okay. We're going to have to find 5 million somewhere. All right. I'll allow somebody else to speak, and then I'll come back on the second round.
Thank you, Trustee Foreman. Trustee Johnson, you're allowed to speak.
Yes. Just want to ask, who took over? Did we hire someone to take over Tiffany Hewitt's spot? Was that a executive director position?
Yes, sir.
Was that, did they get a pay raise?
I beg your pardon?
Was that concern, was that one of the things that Trustee Foreman was speaking of?
No, sir. When we fill a position, that's not a new position.
Okay, I just want to put that out there, make sure. One of my things I'm concerned about as well is the support staff. They are the pillars of our school. We've heard that. I know that because again, I'm one that was a support staff, a community liaison, a teacher's assistant for Dallas ISD, and so I agree with Trustee Foreman. I've heard as we was doing our meeting in our community with Black educators, we need to give them more money. I've advocated for $15 an hour. I think that we can do that. I want to see it done, and I want us to respect our support staff a lot better than what we're respecting them financially. Poverty level in America is $1,600. A lot of them are not even making that. So how can they actually be able to take care of their families without getting 2 or 3 jobs? Yet they do a lot of work, take over class at the drop of a dime, and so on and so on. And so I want to make sure that we are appreciating them, not just with our words, but with our finances. And so I think we can do a lot better than that. So to do the best they can and live in our communities. So we have to do better by our support staff and stop calling them heroes, but paying them pennies. That's really disrespectful in my opinion. Also, I would like, Dwayne, I was asked this, and I don't know if this is part of this particular budget, but I did place it in the tracker. If you can break down the $41 million that's going to the Racial Equity Office that was given, we've been talking about in our community. Can you do that?
I'm sorry. Can you state your question again? I thought I heard you.
Can you break down the $41 million that is assigned to go to the Racial Equity Office? I've asked in the tracker, but I didn't get an answer.
Are we talking about the bond fund?
Yes.
Yeah, we can provide you that information, but that's out of the bond fund.
Okay, you can't do that now? I've asked before and I haven't received it.
We're trying to pull up the bond fund information now.
While you guys getting that information, I'm going to, it's a little rough, but I'm gonna support it because of Dr. Elizalde. I know we had a conversation, and what I'm speaking about is the high priority campus and the ACE campuses. I want to make sure that our teachers and our principals are getting the funding that they're needing because they're doing a lot of the work. And I spoke with you because this is one of the things that we have presented to Dr. Hinojosa the other day. And so I know we're going to be meeting with him on July 14th, but I'm going to support that with the fact that we're going to revisit this and possibly be amending this where it's really equitable and fair for our principals that have high priority campuses, which are black schools, predominantly black schools. So I will support that. If we can still have that agreement. Is that correct, Dr. Elizalde?
Yes, I said we would have a conversation certainly about that so that I can gather a little more understanding and so that I could also express my areas of concern, of course, with the way in which ACE is implemented. And I also think getting the data that both you and Trustee Foreman have asked for with regard to the demographics of the schools that are ACE and the ones that are HPC so that we can look at all the data at one time.
Thank you. I just wanted to go on record with that because this is a very, very important. This is a part of our demands, and I'm not going to let it go. I'm just going to be honest with you. I'm not going to let it go. So thank you. Brother Thomas, can you give me that information? Brother Thomas.
Hi, Trustee Johnson. It's Pam. So each of the resource centers are 15,000 square feet, and we calculated that to be $350 per square foot. So that's going to give you about $5.2 million. And then from there, we'll have 5 indicators that will go into the resource center, and each indicator is approximately $600,000. So if you multiply that, then you get 3,000. So the total cost for each resource center is $8.25 million. Right, and that's bond money. So what Chief Thompson is talking about is GEO, the fund balance. What I'm talking about is bond dollars. So that's how we get the $41 million.
Right. I wanted to break it down because mom asking for me to break it down. They've been asking all night, so I want to go on record and give them that information that money, where that money has been broken down. And now, since we got it publicly, can you guys finally give it to me, Brother Thompson, in the tracker, so I can give a hard copy to my community and we can discuss it?
And Trustee Johnson, I did submit it in the tracker. I'll send it to you right now in an email. But it's
okay, because I have not received it and I checked it as of yesterday. So that's fine. Thank you. And you can just directly email it to me.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Trustee Johnson. Trustee Mackey, followed by Mitch Kane, and then Garcia.
Thank you, President Henry. And so I want to follow along the same vein. I know I mentioned, like Trustee Foreman mentioned, about wanting to see the different ones. So let me make sure I got my numbers right. For the 7% raise to paraprofessionals, which would be a 5%, it's around $13.7 million. For a 5%, which is a net of 3, is around $8.9 million. And then 4%, which is a net of 2%, would be around $5.5 million. Are those roughly in the areas that we're talking about?
Just on the one for the 5%, it's actually 8.25. I think you said 8.9. I just wanted to make sure I clarified that.
Nope, that's helpful. Thank you. Where are we in our pay ranges in comparison to current districts for the paraprofessional positions?
I believe after the TASB study, we're at market.
Okay.
Yeah, and actually, this is Robert, but we actually moved them a little bit above market, knowing that we wouldn't be able to do a market adjustment for a couple of years. So right now, they're a little bit above what the market was.
Okay. And then as far as, I know we approved a new plan for benefits going forward last month, I believe. Obviously we can never control for people deciding to switch plans, but as a whole, if people were to keep their same plans and same coverages, would they be seeing an increase? And if so, roughly how much? And again, I know it may differ, but percentage-wise.
Robert, you gave me those numbers a minute ago. Can you go ahead with?
Sure. Yeah, it really depends upon the plan. If you look at the Active Care HD for employee only, it's going to go up about $19 a month. But if you're on the Active Care HD with family, it's going to actually go down next year by about $78. Again, Active Care or Active Care Primary Select is actually going to go down about $40 a month. But Active Care 2 for employee only is going to go up about $85. So it depends on the plan that they've selected, whether their costs go up or down. This is it's kind of a unique year. They're also bringing on some additional plans from TRS. So they're also bringing on an Active Care Primary, where you are restricted to seeing your primary care doctor for the first couple of visits, but that's going to be $69 per month, which is about $8 over what the Active Care HD plan is. So the employees will have some additional choices next year.
Okay. And I know we mentioned if we were to choose to move forward with a $5.5 million raise, which would be in that 4% range, et cetera, I know it would hit fund balance this year, but over the long term, we would not be wanting to pay for salaries out of fund balance. And I'm wondering if the administration had any chance to review the budget and would be able to speak to any recommendations going forward about how we would make up that money and what we would reallocate. And I'm just curious about administration's thoughts around that.
Well, we did take a look at, not just the fund balance today, because when the community passed the TRE, it was to raise the fund balance and then gradually decrease it down over time as we implemented the strategic initiatives, and we are in the process of doing that. The increase could that over the course of time, when we get to what we were looking at, the impact on fiscal year 24-25, if everything remained constant with our projections, we would be we'd be close to being below to what the board set as a 2-month fund balance goal. But that doesn't mean as along the way we couldn't make adjustments. But we have not accumulated any potential changes to the budget to accommodate for that. We would have to, if the board chose to make such a decision, we would have to then in future years make other reductions. And if one of the concerns obviously we have is what impact is COVID going to have on future funding years. We know we're solid for next year, but then the new biennium comes into play, and that's an issue. We don't, as of today, there is some potential for, if things continue to spike, another closure sometime during the year. And so all those things have led us to not proposing an additional increase in our or cuts. But if we implemented something if and when the state made reductions, that would just make those cuts larger to accommodate for this.
I'm going to add something to what Dwayne is just talking about because it's very important. 2 weeks ago, we had 20% of our parents said that they were uncomfortable coming to school. And even though he said we wouldn't be impacted for our budget for the next year, we might be. Because now, because of the spike, 50% of our parents say they're uncomfortable coming to school in person. And the commissioners made it very clear, we're not going to get the full funding that we got for the last spring going into the fall. We're going to have some significant hurdles that we're going to have to overcome. So our ADA could drop significantly. And even the rules that we had been thinking about and they had been talking to us about for the last several weeks, it changed in recent days about what we got to do to get ADA, full ADA for learning at home. So there's a lot of uncertainty about where we're going to go. And in fact, they're trying to incentivize the behavior that they want, and that's that they want schools open and they want kids in buildings. But our parents are telling us, unless you can ensure that they're very safe, 50% of them are telling us they're not coming. So if we have uncertainty in 50% of our revenue, and we're going to allocate more dollars to an area where we're already meeting the market, and there is no scientific request other than coming up here with an ask for 7%, I feel very uncomfortable as your CEO recommending that course of action. So I just wanted to throw that caution out there as you're deliberating this concept.
Yep, I appreciate that, Dr. Reynoso. Thank you for your comments on that. I do think there is something to consider in the fact that this is a unique time, and we have a lot of risk that is coming up, both from a financial side on the district, but also the people who work for us are also putting their lives on the line and going out there every single day. And especially as we're going into a chance where, the rates are continuing to increase. And frankly, our plans as an all, if you average these, they're going up, and there's truth to that. And so we need to be sensitive to that. We operate an organization with a $1.7 billion budget, and we're talking about $5.5 million. So let me ask another question then, because raises, are there other options as we go forward? Because you're right, there is a lot of uncertainty, whether it's a raise or a stipend. What's the impact there, and is that an option as we talk about this that would yield different safety measures while still giving our employees a chance to cover some of the potential increases in their health care costs, et cetera?
Right. So there's always an opportunity for a stipend, and so if that's done, then that's a one-time, or if as designed, it could be a one-time, which would provide resources but not have an ongoing impact on the budget. Once this fiscal year is over with, that would give us a better projection, and when we're starting school, to know what the impact of attendance is, know what our fund balance actually ended on, and that would give us the opportunity to consider a one-time stipend.
We've actually modeled one, so Dwayne, will you describe the $700?
Yes. So one of the things that we just had a conversation about is if we did a one-time stipend of $750, that would cost the district $6 million. So because it's not a percentage, it's just a flat amount. That's why it's different than the percentage we indicated before. And that for our bi-week, and there's two different hourlies. There's a bi-weekly hourly, and at $750, that would represent a 2.91% increase, and for the monthly hourly, it would be a 2.31. In addition to, I want to be clear, in addition to the 2% that's already built into the budget. So that is a discussion we've been having as a potential. Once the fiscal year is done, we do, and we're able to analyze where we are in the ending fund balance. We could say, let's propose a one-time stipend to utilize if the fund balance went up, to utilize that fund balance, and then the payments made, and it could be potentially in November, and then it would continue on into future years.
Okay, thank you for that, Dwayne. And then on a different note, I know we were calculating an increase in salaries for teachers, especially because of the TIA. And we had a presentation on this, I believe, in January or February. Do we guys have the number available for the amount of money that we are increasing teacher salaries by across the board in Dallas ISD?
I don't know across the board, but I can tell you that the total amount is the 28 million plus the 17 million from the TRE. So it's about 45 million in total.
That's exactly what I was looking for. Thank you, and that's exciting. I know we talked about that a lot, so I'm not going to harp that point. Okay. Thank you, sir.
So I was going to end up being Trustee Michka, you have the floor.
Thank you, and you all just covered a number of points that I was going to raise. I had the chance to talk with Dr. Elizalde about the possibility of a stipend in lieu of the fact that we think we have the money this year. We just don't know what the long-term effects are going to be of the COVID virus on the economy and the state budget. I think we should also at least make people aware of the fact that while there have been lots of layoffs across the economy, we've been able to keep everyone on the payroll. And we do consider all of our workers who have been soldiering through this crisis heroes. And I appreciate the fact that the administration was able to allocate time and a half for those who were working. And I have a personal aspect to all of this because my mom was one of those workers back when I was growing up, and I didn't realize how difficult a struggle it was until I started doing her tax returns when I got out of school. So I appreciate the fact that we have to be fiscally responsible, meaning that we have to stay within some reasonable level of what the market is. And I think we just heard from Dwayne that right now we are above market generally for these positions. And we have to worry about what's going to happen in this uncertain COVID world coming up. We know that in the past, the state has butchered the education budget. So I thought that the one-time stipend, the $750 amount, which is a significant amount, and my understanding is it would be paid on one day in a lump sum. I assume there would have to be some kind of withholding for taxes and so forth. But that would be a meaningful increase on top of the 2% increase. So we're at market now. We have we're at market now from what I've been told, and we have a 2% increase planned, and then plus this $750 stipend. I think that would be within the range of reasonableness and fiscal responsibility. So I would be supportive of that kind of proposal. Of course, we would always like to pay everybody in more than what they are being paid now, because we know that the education field is one in which so many professionals and support staff are below what they are really worth to all of us in society. I did have one other question, which came up in my community meeting, and that was just a request for a screenshot of where the 57 new mental health professionals are placed in the budget documents. And if Dwayne, if you could ask someone send that to me when.
And we can give you the information, but I want to reiterate that those positions are in the federal program IDEA, so that's a separate fund from the general fund, but we can definitely get you that information related to that.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you, Trustee Mischke. Trustee Garcia.
Now, let me add to this conversation about the payments and the salaries for our employees, especially our support employees. Trustee Mischke, I understand that you're bringing up a point about what we're going to do after we understand what the impact of COVID would be. I just need people to understand what that impact means for Black and brown communities in the poor districts of Dallas. We have constantly bared the weight of decisions that mean cutting funding. That was cutting funding in education back in 2011. That means differences across the state of Texas. But when it means who's going to hurt the most when we cut funding, it always happens to be the districts of the people who make the lowest salaries. Now, this isn't a point that I'm going to keep making over and over again, because if we're really going to center this conversation around racial equity, then it means we're going to give people the raises that they deserve. In my community here in Pleasant Grove, including my neighbors, the district is one of the reliable sources of employment that we can give to people. COVID doesn't cut it. COVID has affected people way beyond anything that people above south of 30 may be able to think about. And I need folks to understand that people have bills to pay, mouths to feed, kids to shelter, and $12 an hour, $13 an hour doesn't cut it. And I say that because I come from a family that is a construction worker and a fast food worker. It doesn't cut it. I grew up with needing to think about whether my family was going to make enough to pay the rent. I'm tired of it. So we're going to give the people that we call heroes what they deserve, and they're going to get the pay increases that they deserve, because credentials don't match potentials. And I'm so tired of people having to live in poverty and being the heroes that they can be for their kids and their families and not making ends meet. So for that reason, I support a pay increase, and we're going to make it happen. Trustee Foreman, Trustee Henry, Trustee Johnson, Trustee Mackey, I know that you're already supportive of this, so let's make it happen for our families. And if we have to introduce a budget amendment, I'll support whoever does that. Thank you.
Any other comments in round one? Okay, we'll start round two. Oh, go ahead, Trustee Flores.
I mean, I'm going to just, very briefly kind of follow up with what Trustee Mischke said, and to remember that if students don't show up, then the money doesn't show up. And I think that's something to bear in mind. I lived through the 08 or 09 situation that we had. And, you know, having to let go 350 people because we overspent our budget is never a good thing. So I think that the administration's thoughts on, you know, if there is money in that we're going to add to the fund balance that then, you know, come November could be made available makes a lot of sense. It's a one-time deal. It's not something that's recurrent. Recurrent costs will eat you alive. And I've been on the board now for a long time, and every single year it's 3%, it's 5%, it's 7%. Well, the state doesn't increase our revenue that way, and I completely agree that I wish we could, you know, fund these positions to, you know, whatever amount you want. Unfortunately, we just don't have the budget for it. If there's money left over in the budget after we close our books this year, then sure, I'm all for a budget amendment in November that would give these nice folks some money. But we just can't be, you know, chewing into our budget this way long term.
Thank you, Trustee Flores. Trustee Marshall.
So I just want to kind of rewind back to, I think it was either the May board meeting of last year, or maybe it was the April board meeting. I can't remember what it was, but we commissioned Cindy Clegg to come in and do a compensation review with TASB of comparing multiple different positions within the district to our peer set. And I pulled it up, and it's, you know, it includes 11,000 people. It's instructional support, campus administrators, technical staff, central staff, office support, paraprofessionals, maintenance, operations, transportation, police, security, food and child nutrition, and construction services. And when we commissioned that study, our intent was to evaluate whether or not we were fairly compensating folks for their position and their work. And you know, when we did that, we discovered that there were several circumstances where we weren't fairly compensating folks. And when that was presented to the board, we acted immediately on that information and bridged the gaps. And in fact, for almost all the positions, actually ended up paying people more than the market competition would bear. So I'm interested to know, and I know we've heard a lot of people from the union speak tonight, but I'm interested to know where this 7% number even came from. I mean, it seems to me pulled out of thin air. And while I understand that there are people living in poverty and that we want to get them as much money, don't we need some justification or some rationale for the actual number? I mean, why aren't we discussing a budget amendment to give them a 50% raise? Well, why 7%? I mean, isn't the way that you do HR analysis and the way that you do compensation reviews, the way you figure out how to pay positions by looking at what the market will bear, by looking at what that employee can go get paid for a similar job with similar experience, similar education, similar work, similar hours in another role? It's really hard for me to understand why we're talking about 7%. So does anybody either on the board or the administration know why 7% is the number? Yeah, I'm assuming from that silence that no one does. I certainly don't, and I've paid attention to all the social media and all the emails I've gotten on this topic. To me, for us to be fiscally responsible and fiscally prudent, we can't just say, hey, there are a lot of poor people that work for the district, so let's pay them more money. I mean, we need to look at what fair compensation is for a job well done. And there are a lot of people doing great work in the district, and they are truly heroes for working through COVID, and we want to appreciate them and respect them. And that's why we paid them slightly above the market rate, because we want to keep them. But we can't just say, okay, well, they want 7% this year, so let's give them 7%. And next year, if they want 15, we'll give them 15. It's incumbent on us as trustees to be fiscally responsible and to do the work and do the research and figure out what is the right compensation for that particular position. And we did that. We commissioned TASB to come in and do the compensation analysis, and they told us that we needed to give people raises, and we did that. And now we're giving them another raise. So I mean, unless somebody can explain to me why we came up with 7% and what that number signifies and why it would make sense, I have a hard time swallowing this.
Okay, that wraps up the first round with Trustee Marshall, Trustee Foreman, Johnson, Garcia. I don't know if you just haven't put your hand down, but I have Foreman, Johnson, Garcia.
So I think nationally, there's been conversation about raising the minimum wage to $15 an hour. No rationale, but $15 an hour. I think at one point the city across the board raised the rate to $13 an hour, if I'm not mistaken. That's when you had garbage workers making $10 an hour and $8 an hour. So there's not always rationale, but there's a national movement to raise rates for people who are working hard, but some of them we call the working poor. And so we have to figure out a way. Dwayne, I need to ask you just a few more questions. So our budget for 2020, 2021 is it 1.6 billion?
Yes,
is that what we're estimating?
It's the budget would be with the 5.2 million. It would be 1,651,260,791.
Okay, so 1.6 and some change. And we are talking about, we also estimated that we were going to lose 1,300 students, right?
Yes, ma'am, that is correct.
And we also just talked about adding 80 teachers, but we're losing 1,300 students. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am, that is correct.
And the delta between last year's budget and this year's budget is 38 million. Is that correct?
Right at 37, yes, ma'am.
37 million. My math wasn't always good. You can blame Maxine Thornton Reese for that, my teacher. But so we're budgeting 38 million more dollars than last year, but we're losing 1,300 students just based on your numbers, correct?
Yes, ma'am, and 28 million of that is the TIA.
Okay, and 28 million of the 1.6 billion or the 38 million?
Of both, right? I mean, we've added the 28 million to both. So of the
Right.
37 million, 28 million of it is TIA.
So, and maybe Stephanie, you can help me with this. If we're budgeting losing 1,300 students, and we are in fact adding 80 teachers, how does that work?
So, Trustee Foreman, we've come before because there's been a section in the budget that we didn't designate for teachers. It was for leveling. And rather than keeping that separate, it is now in the budget of hiring those teachers in advance. So we've always had to come back either with an amendment or utilize money that was set aside for leveling. And this time we're utilizing that up front. So if we don't add those 80 teachers, then we will have difficulty when we do the class size when we're leveling, because of course, even though we're losing, we're estimating, and that was of course pre-COVID. I have no idea what's going to happen,
Exactly.
after that. However, if if we were to lose only 1,300 students, remember, and I know you know this better than anyone, they don't all come from one place. And so even though in a district this size, you can lose 1,300 students and it not affect one single teacher unit. In other words, we would still need every single teacher because those 1,300 students are throughout 225 campuses. And they're at various grade levels and so on. We could certainly say we're not going to plan for the leveling, but honestly, that was our work at responding to the concerns that we've received on waiting too long to level. So that was the intent of putting those teachers in up front.
And I do appreciate that, but I'm also struggling with this other issue in regards to these teachers. And then just one question, just to shift just a little bit. I heard an assistant principal say that teachers were making more than the assistant principals. Is that an accurate statement?
On the face value, yes. There are some master teachers that make more than a low-performing assistant principal on our scale. That would be correct.
So I would need to see that at some point to see exactly how that's working. Because if we're not paying the assistant principals, and that's supposed to be your pipeline for principals, then maybe we've gone too far with TEI.
Well,
and,
I'm
just saying, I just need to see it so that I have a good understanding of what is going on, because I had not heard that before. That was the first time I'd heard that conversation. So I need to see that. I am still struggling with a greater budget, fewer students, but we can't find at least $5.5 million to give a 4% raise, or $8 million to give a 5% raise. I'm struggling with that very, very much. And I'm going to listen a little bit, and then I'll be making a motion.
Trustee Johnson, followed by Trustee Garcia.
Yes, that principal, the assistant principal that spoke, I don't think she was saying that low performing principals. That was kind of the gray area. So I can't. It's kind of a little disingenuous to put it like that.
I didn't hear that either.
Yeah, I didn't hear that. Let me ask this question. The employees that took a pay cut during the budget crisis, were they ever made whole?
Trustee Johnson, we've met with Mr. Rangel and Ms. Honey, and I think last week we finally agreed on what occurred in 2011 with those employees. There were several employees, it was near 10 who were actual mistakes that were made, and we made those employees whole. But the remainder of the names on that list, we did discuss them with the associations, and we have come to an agreement on what occurred with those employees. Those were custodians.
No.
Sir?
So the answer is no. The employees that...
No. The answer is not no. The answer is there were approximately 10 employees whose salaries were incorrect. For those approximately 10 employees, those employees were made whole. The remainder of the names that were on that are on that list.
Okay,
that
I spoke with this matter, so
Sir?
maybe I need to get you their names. So I guess I'm looking for a yes or no answer. Have we made them whole? Yes, or have we not made them whole?
Yes, we made 7 whole. No, we did not make the remainder of them whole because it was not a matter of making them whole.
Okay, what about principals? I was talking to educators, principals that took $5,000 cut, I believe, as far as last year. Have we made them whole?
I'm not aware of any principals.
All principals, no principal got a cut last year.
No, sir.
Trustee Johnson.
Okay, then I'm going to get back with my educators, and I'm going to get back with them tonight. But in our meetings, several principals was brought to our attention that they lost $5,000 of their salary. So I would like to, so I'm asking to have that be made whole, and I'll get with you tonight and come back in a short time. But I also want to reiterate that it is very important that we, again, treat our support staff right. I'm with Trustee Foreman. We can find $5 more million to take care of them. They deserve it. Again, I'm one that was a support staff, so I know the burden. I know how hard we work, yet do not get appreciated financially. Yet still, they give us certificates. You're the best thing happening. You are a hero, and they sing the song and dance, but they don't pay us. And it needs to be paid. In my opinion, the system is designed that way to keep Black and brown communities economically. So I'll wait for this to change, and I'm with Trustee Garcia. I won't be supporting them getting a better rate than 2%. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Johnson. Trustee Garcia.
Good late evening, everyone. It's literally almost 10:40 p.m. and this is about the time that I would expect my mother to still be at work because she is one of those hourly employee workers around our neighborhood who is still serving the people of the community and making an hourly wage of less than $15 an hour when her work should be valued at a much higher rate given the sacrifice that she's making for her family. A $700 stipend as a one-time amendment is not going to cut it. $700 in a community like Pleasant Grove doesn't cut it for a family of even my size. So let's not trick ourselves into thinking that a one stipend is going to make any amends to any needs. The above average market doesn't mean anything in Dallas, where we are still facing poverty, where out of every 3 of our children are living in poverty. Trustee Henry, allow me to go ahead and make an introduction of an amendment to increase the percentage of our salary pay to our support staff to 4%. That's the $5.5 million. Am I correct?
Yes.
Yes. The 4%, which is an additional 2%, is 5.5. And I would ask if because the board has to approve the budget inclusive of a function, if we're going to consider that motion, the board's going to consider that we would include that 5.5 in function 51, so that would allow us a place to put it until the salary increases, if the board chooses to do that, would be, and we meet the letter of the law.
Second.
Well, first, a few points. We can finish the second round of discussion because I myself had some stuff to say, and I think Trustee Marshall had something to say as well. And then the second thing, I don't think there's a written amendment submitted by the deadline. So in actuality, we'd have to suspend rules, which would require another vote. So unless Dino or Kay or someone could let me know if any amendment was submitted.
No, there was not.
Okay, so I think, and Trustee Solis is the parliamentary procedure expert, I think in order for us to entertain that motion, we'd have to suspend the rules. But I would like to finish our second round before we make any such determination.
One other parliamentary thing we would need to check with Kay on is that when you suspend the rules, you can suspend the rules provided that the rules aren't bylaws. And technically, I think policy is a bylaw. So I'm not choosing a side one way or the other, but I suspending the rules, you may not be able to do that on this particular issue because it's an actual policy that we've passed versus just order.
Where's Kay? Where's Kay?
Kay or Faye, chime in.
Faye.
in this particular instance, as we went back before, the board can suspend its rules, and it would only take a majority vote. What we had discussed earlier, when what's in alignment with law now is, unless it's a statutory requirement, then the board can suspend any and all of its rules, and our policies actually say by a majority.
Thank you, Faye. So, Trustee Garcia, if you can hold, I'd like to finish the second round. Did you have anything to say? We left with your time, Trustee Garcia? No. Okay. Trustee Marshall and then Mitch K.
So I just want to try to make sure I understand the rationale for this, because there's really two arguments that are being made. One is that the people that are living in poverty should be lifted out of poverty with district funds. And the second is that there's, I guess, a living wage argument of $15 an hour. And I just want to come back to the compensation study that we commissioned last year, because if you look at the living wage argument, if you look at the national county by county data for what living wages are in each city, the living wage in Dallas is actually $12.38. And if you look at the compensation study, those positions that I rattled off earlier, which include all the support staffs, positions that we're talking about, I've got the study with the appendix open right now, and I'm going through it, looking at each position and the minimum hourly compensation that we pay the lowest paid positions. And if you look at the office support staff, which includes receptionists, school clerks, registrars, data controllers, financial clerks, school office managers, administrative assistants, data control clerks, the list goes on. The lowest pay grade of one is $14.24 an hour, which again is well in excess of the living wage of $12.38. If you go on and look at the next lowest paid position, that's a paraprofessional. That lowest pay grade of pay grade one, the minimum hourly rate is $14.58. There are, I will acknowledge, some positions in maintenance and operations that only make $12, and food and child nutrition makes $12.12 as the lowest grades. So those are slightly below, by a few cents below the living wage in Dallas. And so, if we're going to talk about a living wage argument, then it might make sense to have a discussion of lifting up those lowest paid positions to the living wage in Dallas. But if you go on and look through this further, the security folks, the lowest hourly rate is $15.35. I think the vast majority of folks that we are discussing giving a raise to actually already make well in excess of the living wage in the city. And so I'm, again, perplexed as to how we came up with 7%. And, I think it's telling that nobody either around this table or within the administration can answer that question, because to me, that means that this is largely becoming a political argument. If a group of mobilized folks come to this board and say, hey, we want a raise, and they effectively make up a number of what they want that raise to be, it's incumbent on this board to take a look at that and say, okay, well, let's listen to the people that that work for us. Let's listen to them because we value them and we want them to be successful. But let's pressure test the number they're asking for. Because if they came back and said, hey, we want a 75% raise, we would probably all roll our eyes and say, no way. But is a 25% raise outrageous? Is a 15% raise outrageous? Is a 10% raise? I don't know. The only way that we know is by looking at the market data and looking at what the living wage is within the city. And with both of those criteria, both with the market data and with the living wage, it appears to me that we're actually paying the vast majority of our employees both more than the market would bear and more than the living wage. So I'm trying to figure out how to get somewhere where I could support this notion, but nobody's given me any reason why 7% is a number that makes any sense, or why 4%, if that's the motion on the table, is a number that makes any sense. I'm I'm not following the argument. Rather, beyond the narrative, that people are living in poverty and they shouldn't be. And while I agree that we should work towards an idealistic society with no poverty, I also know that it's incumbent on this board as fiscal stewards of the district to take taxpayer money and allocate it in a way that improves student outcomes in the most efficient way. And we struggle with lots of initiatives that we all value and that we all want to prioritize. We struggle to find funding for all of those initiatives. So for us to just say, hey, somebody asked for some more money, let's give it to them, I have a really hard time getting my head around that. So unless somebody can share some additional data with me, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to support that amendment.
Trustee Henry, I think you
Yeah.
So I wanted to ask Dwayne to again compare the cost of the 4% raise, which is the 2% plus the 2%, with actually it's just the additional 2%. I'm sorry, to get us to 4%. And I believe, Dwayne, you said that was a cost of $5.5 million. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And then the stipend alternative that you've modeled out of $750 for the same group of employees, what does that cost?
That'd be a one-time cost of $6 million.
Okay, so in this, if we were choosing between these two alternatives, in the first year, on the whole, in the aggregate, the employees would be better off based on just the actual cash in the first year. What I understand everybody wants is a raise that is essentially locked in for the concern about if we did the stipend, we'd actually be spending more money next year than we would if we did the raise. And the reason why I'm concerned about the raise is the economic uncertainty that we're heading into, and no one knows what we're going to face again. But this is at least a way to recognize that our employees are valuable, that we are already paying above market, and we are going to add to that payment with a stipend. And if there were no uncertainty about what our long-term budget was going to look like, this I think would be a much easier question for us. But that's all. But the bottom line for at least the next budget is that we're talking about a stipend that would actually be, in the aggregate, more than what that first year's raise would be. And the upside to the district is that we will then be able to evaluate this next year, and if we're back to normal, then that stipend could be rolled into a salary increase. But if we're talking about those kinds of draconian budget situations that we saw in 2011 and 12, then we're going to be worse off. Anyway, I just wanted to get a comparative number. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Mishkin. Trustee Solis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a question on
help me understand one more time. Let's take what I think the motion would be if Trustee Garcia's suspension of the rules is successful. The motion would ultimately end up being I think she put forth a 4% increase. And so if we wanted to keep paying people from a 4% increase standpoint year after year, I mean, that's a recurring cost. Dwayne, hearing that and knowing that we likely we would essentially need to cut from somewhere else, where might we cut to try to basically break net even? And we're talking about $5 million. What could we cut that's in the budget right now for $5 million? Dwayne, you may not be the best person to answer that question. Dr. Hinojosa is probably the one I should be asking that too. But
I'll answer just quickly. We haven't pursued any opportunities to make any reductions. We were proceeding with the budget as is. In future years, we'd have to look at what opportunities we do or don't have to make reductions. And the only thing I would point out is, while I've indicated that the 2% is $5.5 million, which is true, that's annual. And so since we're utilizing fund balance by the year 24-25, which is the length that we look at in our evaluation of transactions that we give to the board, that equates to $22 million of a reduction to the fund balance without any adjustment. So
right. But I think, Dwayne, my question, because I think you're maybe misunderstanding me. I'm asking you not to look at funding it through the reduction of the fund balance. I'm asking what could we cut for $5 million in the budget that we're about to vote on that would replace this increase, which would be an annual $5 million expenditure on top of what we're already paying. What could we cut for $5 million?
And I did understand that question. We haven't even contemplated any of those reductions. So if we go down this path and the board approves that, then we will have to take a look at either this year or next year what cuts we can make to accommodate for that. But we have not gone through that process right now.
Trustee Solis, let me answer the question.
Yeah, go ahead, Doc.
We could do one or two things. We could say every department gets X amount of cut, X percent cut to get down to make up the $5 million. So it would be spread, whether it's a strategic initiative, whether it's just a recurring insurance. So we had cut insurance, but we got to pay that anyway. So they're probably got to be exempt. Or you can go and start picking things to reduce. And we haven't had those conversations, as Dwayne said.
Gotcha. So the second question is, if hypothetically the board said to you, we want to do a $5 million increase in annual expenditure on these particular salaries moving forward, and we'd like to do that beginning, in August. Could the administration go through the process of figuring out how you essentially break net even by having cuts to something in the district, including potentially cuts across the board, so that you dilute the impact to any one particular program?
It's possible, but it would be very complex because we're adopting the budget tonight, hopefully, and then we have to go back and amend the budget, and the compensation has other requirements, and so we had to work with our attorney, and most of our money is in people. So, I mean, it's possible, but we'd have to go back and undo a lot of things.
You remember back in the day, Doc, when we worked together to raise the minimum wage from like $8 an hour to $10.37, right?
Yes.
And it was a process that we took a little bit of time to do, but we did it. We were thoughtful about it, and we ultimately got it done. Is that how you remember it?
Yes, sir. And this is
the reason I ask those rhetorical questions, because I know you do remember it, Doc, is that, I want to give you guys the benefit of the doubt, because you've already proven it to me once that you can understand whenever salaries are an issue for the board, I think you're reading that from the board. But I sympathize with the scenario that you are in at the moment, which would be a last-minute switch to essentially put you in a position to have to draw down the fund balance without having done what you could potentially do in an expedited fashion. We're asking you guys to do a lot over the course of the next couple of months, but in an expedited fashion to try to better understand how we might supplement this with additional cuts to the budget via a budget amendment that the board could potentially consider at the end of August or in September. I want to give you all the benefit of the doubt that you guys could actually do this. And my read on the board right now is there are 5 votes to do this. And there could be 6 votes to do this. Hell, there may be 7 votes to do this. I just don't want to force it on you all without giving you to be able to really be thoughtful about this. Because quite honestly, I think our staff does need a raise, but I don't know if it's 4%, 5%, 7%. And I agree with Trustee. I'm so thankful that Trustee Marshall brought up the notion of the living wage calculator, the MIT living wage calculator, and not to poke holes in what he was saying, but that if you look at the chart, it actually grows when it comes to if you have a child and you're single, if you have a child and you're married, if you have a child and if you have 2 children, you're married, and the numbers get exponentially larger. So I think what I'm asking the administration to do is to potentially, if you can, reading the board, agree to work with us. And I'm asking my colleagues, given the fact that I've been through this with the administration before and they lived up to their word, they didn't break their promise, to potentially postpone us making a final decision on this, giving the administration the opportunity to come to the table to say we could do it A, B, or C. Here are the consequences of those things, and here's how we think it would support our staff. And if we're able to do that, I think we'll get to a much better place, not just for the staff, but also for our support staff and making sure we come to the right number. So those are my thoughts at the moment.
The administration does not recommend that board of action, that path of action. So we do not recommend that you do that. Typically, it's really, in my 25 years, I've never been to the last night when, all of a sudden, out of the blue comes new proposals. We've talked about the budget for months and months and months, and we haven't had this discussion. So if it's the board's pleasure to pass an amendment and pass this, we'll execute it. But I don't feel comfortable with that suggestion.
Thank you, Trustee Solis, Superintendent. I'm going to wrap up this second round. Hold on. Trustee Johnson, you have a comment?
Yes, and a statement.
Briefly, please, because you already had yours in the second round.
I understand. I didn't use my whole 10 minutes, but I understand. Just to piggyback off of what Trustee Solis said, with the living wage calculation, for 0 child is $12.38. For 1 child is $24.95. For 2 children is $28.91. So it increases, because when Trustee Marshall said it, I did look it up. And I did make a mistake when I was talking about the principals. It was not the salary, it was the $5,000 stipend. So did we give them the $5,000 stipend
we
back?
We added those back, sir. We added those back.
Okay. Let's send it tonight. We'll have a discussion later about that.
Okay.
Also, my recommendation would be anyone that's assistant superintendent or above don't get raises. They make good money now. Their salaries is good. So anybody above assistant superintendent or above don't get raises. Let's take care of people that really needs it. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Johnson. I'll be shorter than my 10 minutes to allow for that. I respect for everyone's time. A lot of my colleagues have you've outlaid the positives on both sides of this discussion. I'll start with Trustee Johnson where he finished, and I think it kind of aligns with what Trustee Solis was saying too. I think when you come into a meeting right now, the night we're approving the budget, and there's a lot of options. Trustee Johnson provided an option where maybe senior staff doesn't get a raise. You had Trustee Marshall ask a very valid question: where does the 7% come from? I've asked that as well, including from folks that are proposing the 7%. I still don't have a solidified answer. We had the market study that you described. It's just taxpayer money. The same folks that are struggling are also paying taxes, which continue to increase. So we do have a high fiscal responsibility to Black and brown and white folks across the city who are paying taxes that some can afford. That comes to us. So then we have a fiduciary duty to make sure we spend it in the most efficient fashion to move the needle on our kids, to increase academic achievement for our kids, to provide them more opportunities. So this isn't an easy discussion. So that I don't. And then, going back again to Trustee Solis' comments about the cuts and where they come from. I mean, there's proposal to cut strategic initiative. We took a long time to agree upon the strategic initiatives. What strategic initiative gets cut? Do we take the money that we guaranteed the educators when we talk about teacher compensation and TIA? Do we remove from racial equity? Do we decrease our early learning program? Where do we pull that money from if we're offering to I can't think of a strategic initiative that I'm willing to get rid of in this very moment in time. And the thing that bothers me the most, not bothers me, but worries me the most about this is every Friday, we have a call, and I've talked about this before, with all these school boards across the nation, and there's cuts in this region. In fact, there's ISDs in this region that are cutting staff and laying people off, and it's absolutely happening across the nation because of what's happening. I mean, we're in a major recession. So school districts across the country are laying off people or minimizing salaries. There's a lot of uncertainty in the market, and the last thing I want to do is folks that are already struggling would be to lay them off when they have absolutely no job. African American unemployment right now is pushing 50% in some places. Like, that's real. There's just been cuts across the board. Even like when Trustee Johnson was talking about maybe not giving folks a raise, we might need to think about cuts at the highest level when people are making the most money. That's what a lot of folks are doing in the public space. We've heard about the challenges at the city level. They're going to have to make cuts. I don't want to act like it's a myth that we're okay right now, but when this session meets, and I'm going to be straight with you, we have a legislature that predominantly has a strong history of cutting from public education. And most recently finally invested in public education, but all before that, they've been cutting. So if I was a gambling man, I would gamble that when these, revenue comes up low, which they've already predicted is going to be low, they're going to meet the first thing they're going to cut is public education, unless we get in the streets. But that's a concern to me because this is a recurring cost, which is, Mitch K, I kind of like your proposal when you're talking about maybe doing it now and filling out this market so we're not laying off hundreds of teachers like a lot of people on this call had to do before. I've never had to make that call, and I don't want to ever have to make that call to lay off tons of people in our community like some districts in this area have to do. They're going to do it, or they've already done it. And in a positive, these folks are phenomenal, and there's no question. I think everybody agrees upon it. The work they do, the commitment they have to the kids. My daughter's school, the person that I effectively rely on the most is someone who's staff. So I think everyone appreciates them. I wish we could pay teachers more. I wish we could pay principals more. I've already been asking Chief Elizalde before this meeting about, how are some APs getting paid less than teachers? I mean, we want to pay all of these folks more, but, we don't generate the revenue. Taxpayers do, and then we have to depend on the state legislature to decide how much of what they get, we end up getting. So I think there's a lot of challenges on both of this. The thing that I guess gives me the most hesitancy is just I don't know how thoughtful we've been about this. So if I have a question, Superintendent Osa, who's the highest paid staff member, roughly?
Me.
How much? Well, we know how much you make. Do you think you should get a pay raise in this economic market?
No.
So, I mean, even the simple fact of just excluding Superintendent Hinojosa from this, would you be included in this 7%?
No.
Who is the highest paid person that would be included in this 7%?
Oh, who's the highest? It would be
roughly
Scott. He's administrative.
Just give me a rough number. I mean, they're making more than 100,000.
Support staff.
Of support staff.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you. Who's
What's the
making the
highest
highest
paid salary of one who would get this? What police officer makes about how much? It could be a police officer or a leader in police department that makes six figures.
So that's a huge difference between that person and the person that Trustee Marshall described before. I know that number's off. That's working in M&O and food and nutrition that's making $12 an hour. Like I would rather not give that person any raise and give making it so don't hold me accountable to this, but give 14% to the person that's doing food and nutrition. So what I'm saying is I don't feel like this has fully been vetted. I think I agree that support staff needs additional funds and raises, but I don't know where the 7% came from. I don't know the distribution of these raises. I don't think everyone maybe in that and support staff category should necessarily get raises. I think some should get more raises than others. So I would love, I think it was Solis that had this approach, and I know administration doesn't like this approach, but if the administration has an opportunity to present this and provide options, it would make it easier for me as a trustee to make a decision. But I'm not okay with someone making six figures, in particular in this economy, knowing that we have session coming up, we don't have the revenue, and the state is likely going to cut public funds, that we're going to get someone with $100,000. And I know it's probably a small subset. I'm using this as an extreme example. I don't want to think everyone in that band is making that much money, but they would get the 7% raise. I'd rather get to the folks who Trustee Garcia is describing, that are making $12, $14 an hour, food and nutrition, feeding our kids and exposing themselves to these things and evaluating what they should receive. That's kind of how I feel about this. I don't think anyone's wrong in the situation, but I don't feel comfortable with the uncertainty of 7% and then just saying 7% for anyone who supports staff. Not knowing as a trustee how that breaks down. And I said I'd wrap up earlier, so I don't have any other comments.
Is there a motion on the table, or can I call the question?
I'll make one comment before you call the question.
Well, I told Trustee Garcia she wanted to make a motion. She can make a motion before we call the question. I don't know if Trustee Garcia still does.
And I still keep the motion to make sure that we increase that net to 4% for the 5.5 million on the budget.
So you have to make a motion to suspend the rules because the amendment wasn't timely submitted.
A motion to suspend the rules.
Second.
Motion made by Trustee Garcia, second by Trustee Foreman. Trustees, is there discussion?
Yeah, let me just say, because I want to make sure that I'm clear on this, especially to Trustee Garcia, she makes the motion. I'm not going to support suspending the rules, and I'm not going to support the 4%. The way that we're going through this process. I want to make sure that you understand me as you make this motion, that it's not that I am in disagreement with you. I really want to make sure that you understand that. It's that this process, I really, really think if we give the administration, even if it's just a month or two, to really go back to the drawing board and to do what Justin's talking about, to do what Dustin has talked about with the compensation study. I have been through this process before, starting it when no one else was with me, and got to the point where we're all with each other and the administration. And I really get a sense from our board that we want to see this increase in salary. It's just about being extremely thoughtful about what that right number is and making sure we know who the employees are that we want to ensure actually get the majority of the funds. So I want to make sure that I'm very clear in that and stating how I'm going to vote on this, and I don't want it to be perceived as something that, that I am in disagreement with you on. The process is what I'd like to focus on. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Trustee Solis. I see Mackie Marshall Foreman.
Thank you, President Henry. These are, again, the very types of conversations that I believe the board should be having, and this type of discussion is phenomenal, and I appreciate hearing the perspectives and having this conversation. I echo President Henry's remarks and some of what Trustee Solis said. I definitely do believe our support staff, especially a lot of the staff that we think of when we're talking about this raise, absolutely deserve a raise. And I do think, even though we might be at the lower end of living wage or just above it, that needs to change. And I think the administration has heard that loud and clear, and I want to go on record on saying that I absolutely do want to have that conversation and see where we go. But there is a trade-off, and we should not pay for wages out of fund balance. And again, I agree with the fact that to make this decision without being able to clearly say why and at what levels and where, especially when we're talking about a range of $12.21 up to a $100,000 salary, is something that is incredibly important to take into account. I do believe the administration will take this back, and I hope we hear that. I would be in favor of thinking about a stipend as we go forward, but I know we can do this in the same fashion and then see where we're at, because a lot is going to change in this next 1 year and the next biennium, and we'll have a much clearer picture when we're having this discussion again in 6-8 months, and I would hope we start this conversation earlier. So for that reason, I too will not be supporting this motion.
Was I next, Trustee Henry?
Yeah, I was waiting on you. Sorry, Trustee Marshall. Followed by Trustee Flores.
Well, I just want to share my gratitude with several of my colleagues who are being deliberate about the timing and the sequence in which we do these things. I think it's important for everyone to remember that, the administration starts pulling together the budget for the next year, which of course must be approved in June according to state law, but they start pulling it together in October, and they start sharing versions of it with trustees in January, February timeframe, and then they seek community input and share multiple revisions with trustees. I mean, this is a 9-month process with lots of hurdles, and for us to be talking about a change of this magnitude to the budget literally at the 11th hour is flies in the face of the process, and I think it undermines the thoughtfulness with which the administration puts the budget together. So I hope if something like this is coming up next year or in the future, that it's something that we collectively can have a dialogue about in advance of the meeting where we're approving it. And I think it's a wise political strategy for third-party groups that are either political lobbyists or unions or whoever it may be to mobilize a political strategy a few weeks before the last board meeting to try to get trustees to do exactly this and start having a dialogue at the last meeting rather than them starting to have that dialogue months in advance so that the content of their proposal can be vetted and data analysis can be conducted. So whenever that situation arises, I think we have to be leery as a board, and instead of falling victim to the politics of the day, we need to stick to the process and make sure that we're building a cohesive budget, and I think we're on the path towards doing that. Thanks.
Thank you, Trustee Marshall. Trustee Foreman and Trustee Johnson, before we begin, the discussion should be on the motion which is on the table, which is the 4% and not beyond that. I'll let Trustee Marshall go beyond that, so I'm going to show that same respect to other trustees. But if you could please limit the debate. If you don't, then I understand I dropped the ball and should allow Trustee Marshall to talk beyond the motion on the table. Trustee Foreman, Trustee Johnson.
I just wanted to make sure that there is a clear understanding that the information that Trustee Marshall gave us did not look at additional children in the household. And I also noticed that Dallas County has gone to a $15 minimum wage for its workers. I never had an intent, Trustee Henry, to give a raise to someone making $100,000 or 6 figures. When you talk about support staff, those are not the people you're talking about. You're talking about the cafeteria workers, the janitors, the people who take care of the yards. You're not talking about $100,000 employees. I am of the mindset of I don't know who said it, but maybe the top administrators don't need a raise, and we give these people a raise who really need a raise. I'm going to support Trustee Garcia. And if we lose, I heard the administration, I heard the superintendent say clearly that he would not entertain going out and looking to see if he could find additional dollars. Is that what I heard, Superintendent Hinojosa?
I was objecting to the process that Trustee Solis was describing, because that is outside the budget, it's outside the compensation plan. You're adopting the budget with the compensation plan tonight. So it has to be done at the beginning of the fiscal year. After the new fiscal year starts, it gets a lot more complicated if you make changes to the compensation plan that you have adopted. Similarly, I think that if you're going to give an incentive, I think that the rules have to be suspended for that to even occur. That's why I was asking if Ramona's on the line. We need legal to give us an opinion that if we decided to pivot and go back with the suggestion that Dan Mitchke brought up and that we talked about, that we were willing to offer, that I think the rules have to be suspended to allow that to happen. I don't know that we could just do that in the middle of the fiscal year. So I need our attorneys, and that's why I objected to it. You're bringing it up at the last minute, so no, I couldn't agree to that, because that would be irresponsible. So you're right. I did not agree to it.
The question, Dr. Hinojosa, this is not the middle of the fiscal year. This is for the next fiscal year.
Precisely. That's why it needs to be done tonight. It can't be done.
I know, but you said in the middle of a fiscal year, so we are adopting a budget for the next fiscal year. Is that correct?
But Trustee Solis' suggestion was to come back in August or September. Now we're in the middle of the fiscal year.
Oh, okay. You were referring to his suggestion.
Yes.
Okay. I just Dallas County has $15 an hour. That's what I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Foreman. Trustee Johnson.
Yes, and I will stand with Trustee Garcia and Trustee Foreman. And I too think that statement was a little disingenuous, that we're trying to give a support staff that makes $100,000, six figures, an additional 4% total. That's not who we were speaking of. It was clear that we was speaking of the cafeteria workers, the teachers' assistant, those that not making, like I said, barely making it, not even $1,600, $1,600 a month. And looking at the information that we quoted earlier, that what Trustee Marshall said, the living wage calculator, that's not even including if they have to pay taxes or health fare, etc. So it's disappointing. It's disappointing, and I would call it hogwash, that we can sit here and see people working hard or working so hard and still not able to take care of their family, because the system itself is designed against black and brown people, and that's who are in these jobs, in these positions. It's black and brown people. Yet we don't have enough people that'll look after them and say, let's make this right and let's do right by them. I was one of those workers, and it is very disrespectful. Yet we're gonna continue to call them our heroes. We're gonna give lip service, but we won't put our money where our mouth is. It's very disappointing, and I'm really surprised that this is actually going on. They're asking for us to treat them with respect, and we're not doing it. Let's put our money where our mouth is, because the district does what it wants to do when they want to do it on other projects. Let's take care of our people, and let's do the right thing. So I'll be supporting it. Whether it passes or fails, I'll be supporting it.
Trustee Mishka. Thank you, Trustee Johnson.
Just a procedural inquiry first.
Yeah.
If we don't suspend the rules, is it correct that the administration could bring the stipend proposal on its own initiative before the board as an amendment?
That's what I'm trying to get clarification from legal right now. If we suspend the rules tonight and we bring that forward, there's no doubt we could do that. But if we don't do that tonight, and then we try to do a budget amendment, we may be able to do it since this is only hourly employees and it's not contracted employees. So that's why I'm trying to get a ruling from legal. But that's the problem when you try to make these decisions at the 11th hour. You don't have time to do your due diligence with your attorneys. Okay. Okay, well, I just got a ruling that later we could bring it back.
I'm sorry, somebody else trying to talk.
Oh, you have the floor.
Well, I'm trying to figure out where we would end up procedurally if we do not suspend the rules, and if we, I still think that the best compromise is the 750 that the administration seems agreeable to. It's my belief that the administration could bring that proposal to us without our suspending the rules, and hopefully we'll get the confirmation on that point. Again, if we don't do either one of these, the 4% or the 750 per employee, that means we're just going to start at square one and maybe do a budget amendment down the road. It's very clear to me that a majority of the board, based on the comments, wants to increase the compensation. And I guess I don't want to go off topic, but the 750 is actually a higher percentage for the lower income people on the scale than just a flat 750 is a bigger percentage increase if you're in the bottom range of the compensation than if you're in the top range of the compensation. So actually that proposal does more towards giving a higher percentage increase to the people that are the most vulnerable to being part of the working poor. That's all I've got for right now. I would like an answer to that question if we can get one about what happens if we vote not to suspend the rules. Are we just now voting on the main motion and then the employees wind up just having to wait until the next couple of months to see if we do a budget amendment?
Ramona, can you roll on this, please?
The board can adopt as is, and then the administration can bring in a budget amendment for that, just as you're suggesting, Trustee Mitch K.
And they can do that tonight?
Absolutely.
Okay, Trustee Flores and then Solis.
So just a couple of things. So I mean, there's this problem with putting a number out there and saying, well, it's this. There's this discussion around it. In the next 3 or 4 months, we don't know if we have the money to do this. We don't have the money, and all these good folks are going to show up and say, hey, during your meeting in June, you said 750, it's going to happen. November, it's going to happen. And I just want to set the expectation that may not be the case at all. If we're running a budget deficit, if instead of 1,300 less students, we have 10,000 less students, I've been through this enough times to know that when numbers get thrown out there and you set an expectation. If we don't have the money, there is no way that this is going to happen. And it's not a question. And I hear everybody that, you folks, are barely making ends meet. I mean, I think as a school district, we've done a fantastic job of keeping people on the payroll. People are still being paid. The hourly workers are still being paid. We've been able to afford this COVID the way many other businesses and, of course, school districts haven't been able to. But I also want to set the expectation. I mean, this is not a guarantee. There's no guarantee that there's going to be any money there. Larry Throm, to channel Larry Throm a little bit, when you say, yeah, well, we're going to give this rate, Larry would always say, I can do that. What do you want me to cut? What are we going to cut for that $5 million? Where's that $5 million going to come from? And so it has to come from somewhere. And when 80% of your budget is people, guess what? 80% of that $5 million is probably people who may not be able to continue to afford. So it's all well and good, and I completely support our workers, and I know they work really hard. I used to work hourly. I paid my way through undergraduate school. I paid my way through graduate school. I made $2 an hour when I was in graduate school. So I know what it's like to wash dishes. I know what it's like to do all these things. I've been there. I know it's hard work. But as a governing body, we can't be waiting to the last hour, and then just because folks say 5, 7, 12, 50% with no basis in data. I just can't go there. So I'm with Trustee Solis, Mackey on this, and Trustee Mitchell. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I assume that we're now to the second round on the debate on suspension of rules. Is that correct?
No, we're finishing the first round. I haven't spoken on the first round either.
I'll wait because I've already spoken on the first round on this.
Okay. Well, I'll be brief. So I think I'll be in the first round. But to Trustee Foreman and Trustee Johnson addressing the 100K, that's in no way a direction that you and what you were to. I know exactly what you're talking about. I know both of you pretty well. But the facts are, and maybe Dr. Wilson can give me this information, there are folks that are support staff that I don't think Trustee Garcia is describing. People that make above a certain amount. And what I'm suggesting is we'd be let me say it this way. Instead of what we're talking about is giving 7% across the board, whereas we could be talking about, raising the floor and no one makes less than this, or saying everyone in this salary band gets this percent and this salary band gets this percent, or maybe everyone that makes under 50,000, I'm making all this up, gets 7%. But if you make 60 to 75,000, you're not going to get 7%. And that's what I'm saying. I use that example as extreme to paint a point, but not to indict anyone. I think everybody on this board, from what I'm hearing, agrees in some sort of increase. The method, I think, is what's being discussed. That you get to that increase is really becoming the heart of this matter. So I just wanted to address that. That's not, to the extent I offended Trustee Johnson, Trustee Foreman, that's not my intent. I've had conversations with folks about this, hour-long conversations, and never can get the solidified 7% or never got a disaggregation on why everyone supports staff, whether you've been here 15 years or 1 year. There's also that idea. If you've been serving in our community for a decade, should you get the same type of increase as someone that just starts, now? So I want to make sure I'm clear in that perspective. But I do hear the concern, and I do think we should be working so folks aren't, working and being in poverty at the same time and trying to support their family. I do support that. And that's the end of the first round. Trustee Solis.
Yeah, thanks. I'm asking the question now at this portion and not at the main motion because it's, I want to make sure that people understand if we go to suspend the rules, how this could potentially play out one way or the other. And so the next question I've got is, it's actually a point of information to Trustee Mitchke, if he'll accept it. the question, Trustee Mischke, is help me one more time, just basically lay out what are you suggesting to the administration and how is it going to impact either the GO or the fund balance next year?
Okay, so what I've suggested, and which I think the administration is agreeable to, is for a $750 stipend payment payable on November 1st. And that cost, Dwayne, I think you said was $6 million.
That is correct.
Right, and the proposal that Trustee Garcia wants to make is to have a 4% raise instead of a 2% raise. And that differential would cost the district approximately $5 million. Is that correct?
It's 5.5, yes, sir.
5.5. Okay, so it's a similar cost, but the stipend is actually is actually more money being put into compensation for next year. Of course, we all know about the recurring costs and the raise in salary, but just looking at the dollars for next year, we are pretty confident that for next year we can afford it. On an ongoing basis, we don't know. We just don't know because of all this uncertainty. So the other part of it that I think is really important, though, is Trustee Garcia's across the board addition of another event actually is not as favorable to the people on the lower end of the scale as the flat 750, because if you are making $40,000 a year, 750 is a lot bigger percentage than of your total income for that year than it is for somebody who's at, say, $100,000. So the flat stipend, in terms of the kind of equity we're trying to achieve, and to really try to make sure that our lower end employees benefit the most, the stipend actually works better. So if you were going to try to do the math in your head, what is 750 out of $100,000? What percentage is that compared to 750 out of $30,000? And you can see that the person at $30,000 is getting a higher percentage than the person at $100,000. The other thing that I think is good about this proposal is we will lock it in for next year. And right now, if we don't do that and we don't suspend the rules, we would be walking away from the meeting with we'll work on it later on next year. So sorry, I probably went a little longer than you anticipated.
No, that's helpful. That's helpful. In fact, but I still there's a little nugget of information that I haven't heard yet. So your proposal, Trustee Mischke, the money ultimately will come from our reserve funds. Is that correct?
Yes, for this year, since it's a one-year deal, it comes from our funds, and the administration seems agreeable to that proposal. Thank you. We can afford it for this year, but with this upcoming year, but we don't know about the future.
Okay, so the follow-up question I have for the administration, Dr. Hinojosa, you specifically, and perhaps Dwayne can chime in here too, is building off of just President Henry's comment. Is there a way to potentially put a cap on the level of support staff employee who ultimately will receive the benefit of the potential stipend that Trustee Mischke is talking about?
Yeah, there's a little bit of nuance here, so I need someone to help me. There is a cap. It's 750, but I think there's a little bit of complication. So, Dwayne, will you talk about what is a classified versus hourly versus biweekly? Will you describe that, please?
Yes, sir. So there are two categories within support personnel, and they're all hourly. And there's the hourly biweekly, and then there's the hourly monthly. And so when you're looking at the average salaries of those categories, and we're using average, the average biweekly is $25,752. Their annual compensation. The average monthly is $32,500. So there is some distinction, and obviously I don't know every category within those two subsets there, but there is some difference between those categories based on their job description and their function. So when we were talking earlier about the police department, for instance, the police officers, they fall into the hourly monthly.
Is Robert
category.
Abel available? Robert, are you around?
Yes, sir.
Okay, will you describe a few jobs that are in biweekly versus the ones that are in monthly? Give us a few job titles.
Yeah, one of the biggest distinctions is going to be the location of their work. So, for example, a food service employee or an operations employee are going to be your biweekly. Some of the other campus-based positions, such as office manager or a specialist in central staff, are going to be your monthly.
Thank you, Robert.
So there is, I don't know if I heard an answer yet about whether there is a way to be able to segment the allocation of the monies to ensure that there is a cap on annual salary of people that are drawing as support staff to ensure that we're not paying someone. I don't think I've heard anybody on the board say, after Justin has pointed out a very valid point, yes, we want to give a 7%, raise, or yes, we want to give the reserve funds that we're talking about giving to, we want to give that to someone making potentially six figures, or heck, somebody making $70,000 or $80,000. So a point of information to Trustee Garcia as the maker of the suspension of the rules, is there a cap that you suggest on total salary?
No, and in fact, I'm following Trustee Mitch Gay's information and what he's providing in the commentary here in this discussion. We're all called to make courageous statements when they matter the most. I don't think the argument of the 11th hour carries here. In fact, the 11th hour is where we're supposed to make the most courageous statements. I do agree that we don't know where funding is going to be in the world of COVID. And so Trustee Mitch Gay, I agree with you. Understanding that the 750 is going to be more than what I'm calling for right now. So I rescind my motion for the suspension of the rules. And Trustee Mitch Gay, I look forward to continuing on the point that you're making for us to continue, and understanding that this board, with the commentary that we're making as well, is that we want to see our support staff being paid more and incrementally, especially right now.
I think I may be out of time, but Trustee Garcia, I would like your thoughts on this, though, about how, if there's a line that we should specifically draw, because I'm compelled to also ensure that we are taking care of staff who ultimately need it the most. So if there's a way to try to give some direction to the superintendent, and maybe now is not the time to necessarily have the answer, but that's the thing that I'm wrestling with at the moment, is that I could support what Trustee Mitch Gay is suggesting. And the additional thing that Trustee Mitch Gay is suggesting, what it allows us to do is, if we want to tell the administration, we want to raise the salary from here on out for hourly employees and support staff, it gives them an entire year to go through that process, while also recognizing the impacts that COVID is going to have. But we only get one shot at this stipend, and I want to really make sure that we send specific direction to the administration.
Trustee Solis, you are over time. Sorry to intervene. So Trustee Garcia has rescinded her motion. There was a second. Do we need to rescind a second as well, or no? So Ken, we're going back to the original item. We finished the second round of discussion. It's time to cast votes, and it will be on the original agenda item. Unless I hear another motion. So we're back.
So point of order.
Yes.
So there was no vote on any of this discussion. I mean, we had a discussion about this, but there were 2 or 3 folks that said that, but the board hasn't voted. The only thing we're going to be voting on is the budget as was presented.
That's right.
That's what's
point I was
that's
trying
what's
to
on
make.
So what's on the table right now is the original agenda item.
Okay, just making sure.
Is that okay? Which does not include Trustee Mitchke's proposal.
Before
I call the question.
Before the board votes, I just want to make sure from our legal counsel, Ramona Soto, are you saying that we could bring back an amendment later to the board for the proposal that we've talked about with Dan Mitchke? Is that what you're saying? Or do we have to do that tonight? Ramona, are you there?
Ramona, if you're talking, you're on mute.
I'm sorry. What was the question?
The question was, the board's about to either call the question or vote on this budget. Your ruling is, can we bring back a proposal for the stipend, the one-time stipend, later, or does that have to be voted on tonight?
Well, looking at the education code, it looks like it's for unforeseen expenses. And that's the problem here, is if you adopt it as is, and it's not considered an unforeseen expense, you are talking about raises, that's part of the budget, but the unforeseen expenses, that's the concern, that's the issue here. So to err on the side of caution, you would either have to.
Okay, I would like, with that being said, I would like to propose that we adopt this budget with a one-time $750 stipend for all hourly employees who make $50,000 or less to be included in this budget.
Dr. Hinojosa, can you repeat yourself? You cut off. I'm sorry. This is Trustee Johnson.
Yeah, my proposal is for you to adopt this budget with a provision that hourly employees who make $50,000 or less get a one-time stipend of $750.
Yeah, but I think a trustee probably should
Yeah,
make
is there a motion by a trustee?
Wait.
I don't think you can make it. You have to suspend your rules to make that motion.
That's
Otherwise,
right.
I'm just modifying my proposal. But you can go either way.
Someone make a motion to suspend the rules so we can then.
Point of information.
I moved.
Trustee Flores, go with the point of information.
So I'm just trying to understand what the superintendent just said. So you're saying we do the 750 if there was an excess in the budget from this year passed on to the next year, it's added to the fund balance? I just want to make sure that I understood that right, because I would be okay with that, but I'm just not okay with dipping into the fund balance.
Yeah, if our estimate is $6 million, I think we're going to add more than $6 million into our fund balance this year. So yes, that would be part of the provision.
And so Trustee Foreman made a motion to suspend the rules. Is there a second?
Second.
Trustee Garcia, second. Faye,
Trustee
is there
Martin was trying to speak, Trustee Johnson. I'm sorry. I mean, Justin.
Yeah, hold on 1 second. Faye, I know we discussed this before, but suspending the rules, did we discuss that? Was it just a vote?
It's just a vote on
Okay.
whether or not to suspend the rules. And then if it does pass, then you would be able to have the motion and vote on the motion whether to increase a one-time payment of the $750.
Got it. Thank you. So, trustees, it's been moved by Trustee Foreman, second by Trustee Garcia, to suspend our rules. Trustees, will you please cast your vote, starting with Trustee Flores?
Flores votes no.
Point of inquiry, I'm still unclear on what the proposal is, which I feel like I don't know how to vote about suspending the rules without fully understanding the proposal. So I understand there's no discussion about waiving the rules, but I don't know how I can reasonably be expected to know how to vote on this when I don't understand what the superintendent's proposing.
Superintendent Nelson, do you mind explaining again?
Yes, I will explain. I know that we're going to add more than $6 million to the fund balance from the current fiscal year that's going to end in a week. So I'm willing to put up $6 million of those dollars for this initiative where it's a one-time stipend to be given of $750 for any employees making $50,000 or less, payable, so we would pay it between November and December at some point. Dwayne, you want to add something to that?
Yeah, the only thing I want to clarify is that we're going to add that to Function 51. So the board has to approve the budget by fund and function. So in order to be, according to the law, we would add that dollar amount to we'd be approving add it to Function 51.
Sorry, you don't actually know the cost of that, right? I mean, this $5 million number that's been thrown around, that was with regards to the 4% raise. We don't know what the total dollar figure associated with the $750 stipend for anyone making less than $50,000, because you haven't had the chance to run the numbers since you found out about this at the 11th hour. So how do you even know what the fiscal note would be associated with it?
It's going to be less than $6 million because we modeled $750 for all.
That's correct.
And so then it'll be less than $6 million because people above 50,000 won't get it. We did model that.
So, Mr. Superintendent, but prior to this discussion, I mean, it sounds like there's been a dialogue going on in the background between you and Trustee Mitchke. Were you supportive of Trustee Mitchke's idea prior to this discussion?
I'm trying to be a team player. I didn't want to do anything because of our fiscal nature. But in trying to compromise with the board, and like most board members have said, they want to do something. And I think this is something that is reasonable and prudent, and it doesn't bind us in the future. So in that spirit of compromise, I have Dr. Elizalde has talked to Dan Mitchke, and so this was something that we knew we could support if it came down to this. So, yes, there's been some kind of informal conversations with Mr. Mitchke.
Okay, but I thought I heard Dan explaining the stipend in a situation where he wasn't yet sure if we would pay it. And it sounds like you're saying you're essentially guaranteeing that we would pay it.
Only because of what the ruling that our attorney just gave us, hence the problem of doing this at the 11th hour. She says unless we have something that changes, we have to do it before the start of the fiscal year, and that's why I'm compromising to do it now.
But Dan's original proposal was to evaluate this in August or September and have you bring something back to the board, which at this point the attorney is saying is impossible.
That's correct, and that's why I objected to Mr. Solis' suggestion, because that would be after the fiscal year starts. So this is a compromise.
All right. Thank you for the added context. I vote no.
I vote yes.
Garcia, yes.
Trustee Johnson, yes.
Foreman, yes.
Mackey, yes.
Solis, yes.
Trustee Henry, yes.
Now we
The
probably need
motion
Mr.
passes 7 voting yes and 2 voting no.
Thank you, trustees. Approved.
I have a motion.
Trustee Flores.
Can I raise a parliamentary inquiry?
Yes, Trustee Solis.
I just want to know, all we did right now was just suspend the rules so that we could actually
Yes.
we didn't vote for it. Okay, just making sure I'm clear
Yes.
on the meeting.
Yes. Trustee Flores.
So I have a motion. I move that we amend the budget to include a $750 stipend for those employees of this category. I think that we call them support employees making $50,000 or less, and that we add that to function 51.
Second.
Motion made by Trustee Flores, second by Trustee Johnson, to amend the current proposal to include a stipend in the amount of $750 for support staff. I'm sure the administration will clarify that term if it's not the correct one, making less than $50,000 and adding it to which line item, Trustee Flores?
51.
51. Thank you, Trustee Flores. Function 51. Trustees, is there a discussion? Trustee Marshall.
So I think that the offhanded comment that you just made, Trustee Henry, is a very interesting one. I mean, since we're doing this at the 11th hour, we are using such vague terms like support staff. I mean, that's not an official term. I mean, it could encompass lots of different groups. So we are now making a budget decision and a pay decision for a group of people that we haven't even identified who they are. I mean, I don't know. I don't know who we're talking about here, and the fact that we don't know who we're talking about just underscores what irresponsible governance this is. I mean, we are making a budget decision at 11:55. After 10 hours of meetings on an item that we don't even know who we're talking about or what it will cost. I mean, I'm astonished by this conversation. So I guess my question is for Dwayne. Do we even know? Can you tell me who we're talking about here?
Yes, we're talking about hourly employees who make less than $50,000.
So anyone that's paid hourly it's the correct term. It's not support staff. It's just hourly compensated people.
That's correct.
I will amend my motion. So hourly employees making less than $50,000.
Trustee Johnson, you second that? He amended his motion.
Is it 50,000 or less?
Yes.
Trustee. This is all without regard to performance or tenure. Yes.
Trustee Marshall, unsatisfactory employees are not eligible for a pay increase.
So other than unsatisfactory, everybody else at all performance tiers and all tenure tiers and all pay grades gets the same stipend. So regardless of the fact that this board has championed the idea that we should reward our best performers more, we're going to give the same amount of money to someone who's underperforming versus someone that's overperforming. Is that what the motion is?
Yes, yes, it is.
Okay, I don't think I have any other questions. I would just really caution my colleagues that this is a very irresponsible way of governing the school district, and I think any organization with any size would cringe at the notion of its board doing this to the senior administration or the CEO of an organization with an annual budget process. 10 hours into a meeting at the time that it's supposed to be approved when they've been working on it for 9 months. I mean, I'm just shocked at this conversation. Thanks.
Trustee Solis, Trustee Garcia.
We're getting late into the hour. Why don't we just keep it going? We once had a meeting until 4 a.m., so just as an FYI. Some of us remember.
But we ended up firing a guy.
No, he's not on his own. Okay, so $50,000, Doc. This may sound like a dumb question, but please allow me to ask it. Excuse me because of the time. Why did we come up with $50,000?
It's very scientific. It's like throwing a dart.
I know. All right, so bear with me for a second.
Apparently is what we're going to do tonight, so that's cool.
Yeah, can you bear with me for a second?
Trustee Solis has the floor. Trustee Solis, you have the floor. You're on the clock.
Thank you, Mr. President. Dwayne, so when Trustee Mitchke made the initial proposal, was estimating, somewhere along the lines of 60 or 6 million. We know that's going to be under 6 million because now we've cut it at 50,000. But, is there any way that we can think about whether that's the most appropriate number? I mean, can someone maybe run some numbers really quickly to give us a sense as to, where's 50,000 going to pan out? What's the ultimate number going to be?
So we quickly got that from HCM. There are 7,500 employees, hourly employees, and there are 600 of those that make over 50,000. So that at that reduction of 600 individuals, that would put the proposal right around $5.2 million.
5.2 million.
So well under the 6 million.
Okay. Okay, so then the second question I've got is, does the administration have the, can you make a commitment to thinking about that being something that you potentially build into the budget for the 2022 budget? I'm not going to be here until then, but I think that the whole reason that this got started, it sounds like, is that trustees wanted to ensure that we had an annual salary increase for people.
No, actually, what I want to do is I told Dr. Lear that she needs to make a note that's when we start our budget process next year, one of the things we didn't do is take the board to a budget prioritization process. And because we didn't have that budget prioritization process, that's why we ended up here. So next year, we're going to do it early. And so if it ends up on the list, then yes. But if it doesn't end up on the list, then no. So yes, that was my bad, and we'll fix that for next year.
No worries on that. Yeah, I mean, I think, let me just say that I'll be supporting this. And at the same time, I've been on the board for 7 years. This is the first time that I've ever been in a last minute decision on a budget. I do agree with my colleagues. From a prudence standpoint, this is a pretty imprudent practice. But at the same time, I'm not going to be on the board next year when you guys make these decisions. And I've always said I think that we need to give an increase to our hourly staff. It's the reason why I pushed for 1037 to begin with. So at the end of the day, that's how I'm going to roll. But I appreciate the staff for being willing to work on this and to being malleable to this, Doc. At the end of your tenure as superintendent, you're going to write a hell of a book. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I hope you buy one.
Trustee Sully's got a few chapters in that book. Trustee Garcia, Trustee Johnson.
Trustee Marshall, let me just start out by pointing the fact that if we think that anybody deserves to make $50,000 less a year, that's absolutely ridiculous. And if we're really going to talk about racial equity in the city of Dallas, we need to start with wages. One of the number one reasons why our students are frustrated or they act out in the classroom or they're making choices that we perceive to be desperate decisions, it's because we're so confounded by the fact that we're not making ends meet in the classroom. So families need to make enough to provide for themselves. And we're not saying that our cafeteria or our maintenance or our hourly workers are underperforming. In fact, they are some of the most deserving people in our school district. So let me just start with that. And then move on to the point that we will know where we will be after we make this amendment. And I completely, Trustee Mitchke, thank you for bringing up that point. Trustee Dr. Nahalsat, thank you for bringing up the point of looking into what we can do in the foreseeable future for our employees once we know where COVID will place us. But let me just set it straight and clear for the fact that it is irrational to think that anybody deserves to live in poverty in this city when they work. Thank you, Trustee Henry.
Thank you, Trustee Garcia. Trustee Johnson.
Mr. President, I appreciate the opportunity to respond since I was called out by name.
Yeah, and it's almost my trustees, as you make your comments, if you do name another trustee, I'm going to give you an opportunity to respond. I'm going to continue to beat a dead horse. So, Trustee Marshall, you can briefly respond.
I just want to be very clear that at no point did I suggest that anyone should live in poverty or that anyone should make any amount of money, whether it's $50,000 or more or less. So the implication that I am somehow opposed to, and you also use the term racial equity, which I resent, the idea that I should somehow, that I've implied that I'm somehow averse to black or brown people making a certain amount of money is both incorrect and offensive, Trustee Garcia. So I'd suggest that if you want to have a policy discussion with me, that you keep it localized to the actual issues rather than implying that I said something which I very clearly did not. Thank you.
Trustee Garcia, I didn't hear you.
Go ahead, Trustee Johnson, you have the floor. Again, trustees, if we can avoid mentioning another trustee's name to not beat this dead horse anymore.
Okay. Again,
I made a lot of points.
I'm going to repeat myself. First of all, let me say thank you to Dr. Hinojosa for your compromise. We appreciate it. I appreciate it. Let me say I appreciate your compromise. And thank you, Trustee Garcia, for standing strong in what you believe in. 750 is a start. It's not what I think we can do more, but at least we're going in the right 4-hour support staff, and I'm still advocating for $15 an hour. Those that's not making that. So I will stand up. Why? Because again, I was one. I worked as a support staff, community liaison, and TA. And I know what we do. I know the hard work that I did, and I see them every day. I know how they work. And so I'm one trustee. So things can't get done with one trustee. But I think this is a good move that we're making for them. Hopefully we can do more for them. But I think what Trustee Garcia was saying, and I said it earlier, systemic oppression. Most of these people that's working are black and brown people, and they do not make a lot of money. And so when we look at the poverty level again in America, and we look at what's going on, we have to really ask ourselves, as Trustee Former said, Walmart is making $15 an hour, and other places in the city making $15 an hour. So we have to really take care of people that really do a great job for us. And like I said, we got to put our money where our mouth is. And you got to sometimes make bold decisions and tough calls. I understand that this is a last minute, but that's why they elected us, to make hard decisions sometimes at the last minute. And we have to make those calls. I understand that you have a system, etc., but that's the problem. Some of the systems has failed us. The system has failed the black and brown community. And so I'm standing with Trustee Garcia. Again, thank you, Dr. Hinojosa, for your compromise.
Thank you, Trustee Johnson. Trustee Foreman.
Mr. President, I'd like to call the question.
Thank you. Trustee Foreman has called the question. Are there any objections? Okay. Trustees, will you cast your vote starting with Trustee Flores?
Flores votes no.
Marshall, no.
Yes.
Garcia, yes.
Trustee Johnson, yes.
Foreman, yes.
Mackey, yes.
Trustee Solis, yes.
Trustee Henry, yes.
Trustee Mitchke, can you repeat?
Yes.
Seven voting yes and 2 voting no.
Trustees just approved the motion as amended. It is now 12:07 a.m.
We still have to vote on the main motion.
Oh, yeah.
You got to do the main motion. Vote on the main motion.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have a few more questions on the main motion. So.
Trustees, no more discussion. Can we cast our votes on the main motion as amended? Trustee Flores.
Flores votes yes.
Marshall, yes.
I'm sorry, yes for Mitch K.
Garcia, yes.
Trustee Maxey, yes.
Foreman, yes.
Mackey, yes.
Solis, yes.
Trustee Henry, yes. Y'all never make this easy. The time is 12:08 a.m.
Motion passes.
Good morning and God bless.
Motion passes 9-0.
Hey, Lala.
Happy birthday, Carla.
Good morning.
Birthday present.
12:08 a.m. This meeting is now
It's your
adjourned.
birthday present.